Hey y'all, it's Sister Shaya back again. Sorry about yesterday's video. It got cut off. I got distracted. Once I get distracted, my whole day is pretty much thrown off. So I got up early this morning to go ahead and get this information out, and then I can go ahead and go into other things that I have to do today. So, still reading out of the book, The Birth of Black America. You can see on the screen. The First African Americans and the Pursuit of Freedom at Jamestown by Tim Hashaw. If you didn't get to hear, you can go back to the previous video and get the first page or whatever. But I'm gonna start from page 5. So to mark his coronation, King James, upon entering London after the plague subsided, commissioned the playwright Ben Jonson in 1604 to produce the royal stage a dazzling pageant that would be called Mask of Blackness, a fantasy about African princesses coming to England. The play was to feature actors in disguise, dancing, choirs, orchestras, lavish scenery, and a sumptuous banquet, and was to be performed in the Great Hall of London's glittering Whitehall Palace, overlooking the snowy banks of the Thames River on Twelfth Night, January 7th, 1605. Reaching the height of popularity during the times of Elizabeth and James, masques were privately staged plays performed in palaces and great manor houses exclusively for the entertainment of favored aristocrats, the wealthy gentry, and foreign dignitaries. Stately and formal Queen Elizabeth's previous masque has been pastoral plays touting rustic English values sung by choirs of cherubic boys, wholesome patriotic entertainment. The Jacobean Mask of Blackness, by contrast, featured African characters in blackface for the first time on the Royal London stage, and the starring actress in blackface was to be James's blonde, fair-skinned consort, Anne of Denmark. The visibly pregnant Queen Anne was to enter the stage at Whitehall as the African goddess Euphorus. Draped in a diaphanous costume, her flesh slathered in black paint except for her 2 tiny white ankles daringly exposed. For Londoners, the earthy, Renaissance-influenced Stuart style would be a startling change from formal English Tudor provincialism. In keeping with his lectures on internationalism, James broke with Elizabethan politics by promoting Catholic talent. Catholics were then the best theatrical producers in Europe. Let's look up the definition of internationalism. So internationalism is the state or process of being international, the principles of any of the 4 internationals. Not really a good definition. An example of internationalism in linguistics, an internationalism is a loan word that, originating in one language, has been borrowed from other languages. Examples of such borrowings include OK, microscope, and tokamak. So basically, culture vultures. So Catholics were then the best theatrical producers in Europe, and James hired Italians and Italian-trained Englishmen as artists and technicians to produce Mask of Blackness. The playwright Ben Jonson had converted to Catholicism after landing in prison for killing an actor in a duel in 1598, and in appearing that would soon make both men famous, was joined backstage by the Italian-trained Catholic Englishman Inigo Jones. Let's see who Inigo Jones was. Inigo Jones was the first significant architect in England in the early modern period and the first to employ Vitruvian rules of proportion and symmetry in his buildings. Alfonso Ferrabosco, a Catholic Englishman of Italian descent, scored the musical arrangement, and the costumes came from a book drawn by yet another Italian Catholic. Let's see who Alfonso here. And the younger was an English composer and viol player of Italian descent. He straddles the line between the Renaissance and Baroque eras. Composer, instrumental in singer and composer mostly. Okay, so since the death of Queen Mary Tudor, aka Bloody Mary, I'm sure you've all heard of her. Let's get a little background story. So Mary I of England, Queen of England, also known as Mary Tudor, by her Protestant opponents, was the Queen of England from July 1553 until her death. She is best known for her vigorous attempt to reverse the English Reformation, which had begun during the reign of her father, Henry VIII. James's Masque provided Catholics their first positions of prominence in fiercely anti-Catholic London on a stage other than the executioner's platform. With this neglected talent unleashed, Masque of Blackness would be the most revolutionary and expensive artistic and technical production ever staged in London up to that time. On opening night, Inigo Jones unveiled marvelous engineered wonders from the Mediterranean world that would afterward become staples in the London theater. The Italian picture stage, in which English actors appeared for the first time on a framed stage with curtains, changeable sets on movable runners, and intricate machinery that allowed 6 huge sea monsters to swim in a moving ocean. Queen Anne and her ladies in their African caricature and exotic costumes sailed onto the stage on gilded faux clam shells, while levers and pulleys had gods descending and ascending heavenward. The whole effect, set to a grand orchestra, was spectacular and cutting edge for its time. Inigo Jones's production team threw in nearly every Italian innovation that had bypassed Protestant England in the past half century. And to the other shock of it all, Masque of Blackness was the very first London play in which men and women danced together. I wonder why that was, and they were doing a play that covered Black people. Actors and actresses in blackface chose partners from out of the white audience and swirled together to music across the dance floor. As a whole, Masque of Blackness was an audacious cultural invasion. A caucasus cultural invasion. The cast of Jacobean masques frequently included members of the English nobility. The fairest of the titled daughters of the realm appeared in these private plays several decades before Margaret Hughes was allowed as the first professional actress on the London public stage in 1660 in the role of Desdemona, wife of the Moor Othello. Desdemona is a character in William Shakespeare's play Othello. Shakespeare's Desdemona is a Venetian beauty who enrages and disappoints her father, a Venetian senator, when she elopes with Othello, a Moorish man several years her senior. Interesting. To appear in a royal mask was a rare social coup that developed the special favor in which the king and queen held that person. Anne's English ladies in waiting excelled in grace, beauty, talent, and intellect, and among the starlets made up as Africans for Mask of Blackness that night in 1605 were Lady Mary Wroth and the woman who had welcomed James and Anne at the Scottish border in 1603, Lady Penelope Devereux Rich. Lady Mary Wroth, English poet of the Renaissance, a member of a distinguished literary family, Lady Wroth was among the first female English writers to have achieved an enduring reputation. Mary Wroth was niece to Mary Herbert niece Sidney and to Sir Philip Sidney, a famous Elizabethan poet courtier. Now I'm just showing you these different people so you can get an understanding of who all is behind the madness. It was not just the white man. Let's pay very close attention to the hand that the white woman had in the black woman's plight in history. So, Lady Wroth, whose poetry was published and widely read at a time when men dominated literature, portrayed an African nymph named Bart, which means weight or intellect in Latin. And just researching the different names so you can understand what you're reading, because you can go past this stuff and then it comes back up again and you're like, what is that? So the African nymph Bayrt. So barite, dolomite, Peru. The 12 nymphs, Negroes, and the bird. The gods Oceanus Blue and Niger Black entered, mounted upon giant seahorses, entered in the company of a dozen nymphs of Oceanus as torchbearers. The ladies of the court were. Okay, so you guys can pretty much see where this is going, but I'm trying to find. Let me see. Okay, so barite. This is a mineral consisting of barium sulfate. Barite is generally white or colorless and is the main source of the element barium. The barite group consists of barite, celestine, strontium sulfate, anglesite, lead sulfate, and hydrite, calcium sulfate. Not what I'm looking for, but very interesting information. And usually stuff like that all ties in together. Apparently it has some metaphysical healing properties. It is a crystal. Let's try typing this in differently. You can see how a lot of the information they don't want you to find out. Stuff is really, really hidden. So this is the book, The Mask of Blackness itself. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. It's, of course, not going to let me search. Okay, so some viewers, Pliny, Solinus, Ptolemy, and of late Leo the African, remember unto us a river in Ethiopia famous by the name of Niger, or which the people were called Nigrite, now Negroes, and are the blackest nation of the world. This river take its spring out of a certain lake eastward, and after a long race falleth into the western ocean. Hence, because it was her majesty's will to have them blackamoors at first, the invention was derived by me and presented thus. For the first scene was drawn a landscape consisting of small woods, and here and there a void place filled with huntings, which, falling an artificial sea, was seen to shoot forth as if it flowed to the land, raised with waves which seemed to move, and in some places the billow to break, as imitating that orderly disorder which is common in nature. In front of this sea were placed 6 tritons, in moving and sprightly actions, their upper parts human, save that their hairs were blue, as partaking of the sea color, their descendant parts fish, mounted above their heads, and all varied in disposition. From their backs were borne out certain light pieces of taffeta, as if carried by the wind, and their music made out of wreathed shells. Behind these, a pair of sea maids for song were as conspicuously seated, between which 2 great seahorses, as big as the life, put forth themselves, the one mounting aloft and writhing his head from the other, which seemed to sink forwards, so intended for variation, and that the figure behind might come off better. Upon their backs, Oceanus and Niger were advanced. Oceanus presented in a human form, the color of his flesh blue, and shadowed with a robe of sea green, his head gray and horned, as he is described by the ancients, his beard of the like mixed color. He was garlanded with algae or sea grass, and in his hand a trident. Niger, in form and color of an Ethiop, his hair and rare beard curled, shadowed with a blue and bright mantle, his front, neck, and wrist adorned with pearl, and crowned with an artificial wreath of cane and paper rush. These induced the maskers, which were 12 nymphs, Negroes, and the daughters of Niger, attended by so many of the Oceanae, which were their light bearers. Very, very interesting information. Now back to the book. So, one more thing before I do. I want to look up Oceanus. So, in Greek mythology, Oceanus was the Titan son of Uranus and Gaia, the husband of his sister, the Titan Tethys, and the father of the river gods and the Oceanids, as well as being the great river which encircled the entire world. Okay, so said by some to have been Shakespeare's dark lady, lovely Lady Penelope, who, with her red hair, dark eyes, many lovers, and recent divorce from Baron Robert Rich, was the most scandalous noblewoman in England, was cast as the African goddess Osite, meaning swiftness for her wit. The inspiration for many poets, including the great Sir Philip Sidney, the poised Penelope Rich was fluent in French, Spanish, and Latin, and she had corresponded through letters with James since 1586, when he was only King of Scotland. James was exceptionally impressed with Lady Penelope's missives and commended much the fineness of her wit, the invention, and well writing. He also favored her because she was the sister and unrepentant supporter of the Earl of Essex, who, for attempting to bring James to the English throne prematurely in Queen Elizabeth's old age, had lost his head to the axe. In his confession before his execution, Essex, to his discredit, claimed that above all others, his headstrong sister was responsible for goading him into rebelling against Elizabeth on James's behalf. That's why you always have to watch. Some men have a very particular woman behind them dictating their mischief. So, appearing in the mask with Lady Penelope was her teenage son, Robert Rich II. By casting in his place specifically those of the English nobility who, for their association with Essex and Philip Sidney, had been persecuted for their loyalty to him while he waited impatiently in Scotland for Elizabeth to die, James was making a statement to the old guard supportive of the former queen. The new king, who was about to reach out to the international community, would not tolerate English statesmen seeking to continue past isolationist policies, and he would require absolute obedience to the new course that he, by divine right, alone would set. The casting of Mask of Blackness in 1605 was the first sign that the willful new king would have a controversial reign. The plot of the mask concerns 12 African princesses. Princesses, I have to reiterate that. Princesses, daughters of the river god Niger, who have been defamed by the envious poet as being not as attractive as European women. Their remedy lies in a land newly named Britannia, and they must journey to its shore to be made beautiful by its unique sun that never sets. Britannia, whose name makes all tongues sing, whose beams shine day and night and are of force to blanch an Ethiop and revive a corpse. Britannia. Now you know where the is that the dictionaries and the encyclopedias come from. Britannia. Not the TV series. Britannia. Britannia is the Latin name for Britain. It has been used in several different senses, including that of the national personification of the United Kingdom. The name is a Latinization of the native Brittonic word for the island Brittany, which also produced the Greek form Britannique or Britannia, which originally in the 4th to the 1st centuries BC designated a collection of islands with individual names, including Albion, or Britain. In modern Welsh, the name remains Prydain. By the 1st century BC, Britannia came to be used for Great Britain specifically. After the Roman conquest in 43 AD, Britannia meant Roman Britain, a province covering the island south of Caledonia, roughly modern-day Scotland. When Roman Britain was divided into 4 provinces in 197 AD, 2 were called Britannia Superior and Britannia Inferior. Britannia is the name given to the female personification of the island, and it is a term still used to refer to the whole island. Okay. So, though the genius was provided by Ben Jonson, and let's take a look and see who this Ben Jonson was. Take forever to load. All right, it's taking forever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. So the genius of the Black Mask was provided by Ben Jonson. The mask thinly veiled political content came from the New King James. The allegorical play's glorious sun symbolized James. Unused for centuries, Britannia was the ancient Roman name for the island kingdoms. Seeing himself as the new King Arthur, destined to reunite the British Isles, James became the first monarch to style himself King of Great Britain. To James, Britannia was not merely Britannia was not merely England, Scotland, and Wales, for the sun's beams do not shine day and night in only that tiny corner of the world. Britannia would include faraway parts of the globe that James was planning to colonize. On the night when Mask of Blackness was premiered, he was already eyeing the idle charter of Virginia, which he would renew a few months later in hope of emulating Spain's success in finding American gold. When he commissioned the mask 1 year earlier, King James had also petitioned the English House of Commons to officially abolish the terms English and Scottish, and have all of his subjects known collectively as Britons, united as a single state under a single all-powerful monarch. Also in 1604, as promised to those who had met him at the Scottish border, he had immediately after reaching London signed a treaty with Spanish King Philip III that ended decades of war between England and Spain. Mask of Blackness was meant to convey allegorically the policies that James optimistically planned to introduce during his reign. Absolutism, a united government centralized at his throne, colonization, and international peace and trade. As James's inaugural speech, the forward-looking mask, with its invitation for African goddesses to journey to Britannia and bask in its glorious new healing sun, announced the birth of the British Empire. Though the underlying political message originated with James, the novel African theme for the entertainment was Queen Anne's idea. According to Ben Jonson, she personally instructed him to feature her and her noble companions as not simply Moors, North African Muslims, but as blackamoors, daughters of the African god Niger. Hence, because it was Her Majesty's will to have them blackamoors at first, the invention was derived by me and presented thus. The previous year, Shakespeare had presented Othello, the Moor of Venice, which James and Anne had seen, starring Richard Burbage in the title role, but without the blackface. for Mask of Blackness, Anne wanted the actors painted black because she, like her husband, wanted the new court to exude a continental flavor. Black West African dignitaries were then coveted as guests of honor at royal courts in Catholic Southern Europe. Their exotic presence personified the international cosmopolitan society into which Anne wished to transform the provincial backwater nation of sheep herders and rustic bumpkins that she considered England to be. At this time, black skin was the idealized expression of beauty. Europeans, for example, depicted the goddess of love and beauty, Venus, as a black African. Therefore, the political subtext that required African goddesses to be made beautiful was thematically confusing. Forced to take conflicting input from the mask two royal executive producers, Johnston did the best he could under the circumstances. So they basically wanted them to make the white ladies look good being black, but y'all can't look like us. Anyway, at this time, Anne's interest in Africana had been fanned by a wave of recently translated publications about the mysterious continent of which English merchants at the time wished to learn more. Among the new books, the most influential was the first English translation of a manuscript the manuscript originally written decades earlier by an educated and widely traveled Moor named Al-Hasan ibn Muhammad ibn Ahmad al-Wasan al-Fasi. That is a super long name for no reason. Al-Hasan's remarkable life coincided with a number of dramatic events in world history that he witnessed and recorded. He was born in the Islamic city of Granada, Spain, just as Columbus was, setting forth on his first voyage west. Leaving Andalusia with the Muslim diaspora on his first voyage west, leaving Andalusia with the Muslim diaspora, Al-Hasan's family resettled in Morocco in North Africa about AD 1500. The son of a prominent family, Al-Hasan, according to biographer Pekka Massanen, grew up to become an ambassador for a Moroccan king. In Fez, young Al-Hasan ibn Muhammad received a sound education at the Islamic University of Al-Qarawiyyin. Thereafter, he entered the service of the Watasid Sultan Muhammad II, Albertali. No, I'm messing these words up. The Portuguese, 1504 through 26. He carried out several commercial and diplomatic missions on behalf of his sovereign, but his true motive for traveling seems to have been wanderlust and personal curiosity. His journeys in the royal service took him to Timbuktu, Constantinople, and Mecca, and in 1517, Al-Hasan sailed on a diplomatic mission to Egypt, arriving in January just in time to witness the Turkish Ottomans overthrow the Egyptian Mamluks at the Battle of Al-Raidaniyah. Though his subsequent descriptions of Africa would become the literary standard in Europe for 3 centuries, Al-Hasan of Morocco actually never explored farther into Africa than Egypt and Sudan, only a small fraction of the world's second largest continent. He knew almost nothing of that vast region south of the Sahara that would play a dramatic role in the shift of global power from the ancient Eastern Mediterranean to less advanced Western European countries on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. Only while in Egypt did Al-Hasan learn of the imminent threat to the Muslim Genoese Venetian monopoly of the rich Far East trade, posed by near miraculous arrival in the Indian Ocean of Western European infidels who had just circumnavigated the entire continent of Africa for the first time. These Westerners had started out many decades earlier in search of a mythical Christian African kingdom. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Long before the birth of Jesus, there had flourished in East Africa the magnificent city of Aksum. Ideally situated to control the long flow of trade passing from Asia and East Africa through the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, Aksum and her sister cities, Agilis and Matara, became great cosmopolitan centers in the ancient world. By Roman times, the wealth and influence of Aksum was envied throughout the Mediterranean, and its people, the Ethiopians, were widely famed for piety, justice, hospitality, and a long, unbroken tradition of literature. In the 4th century AD, the shipwrecked missionary Frumentius of Tyre evangelized Ethiopia under King Ezana, who established the world's first Christian state. In the first centuries after Christ, Africa produced Christianity's first intellectuals, Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and Augustine. This period, however, was relatively brief. In 711, conquering warriors of a new and rapidly growing faith swept across North Africa and even onto the Iberian Peninsula of Western Europe. The Christian rulers of Ethiopia had been tolerant of all religions, including Judaism and Buddhism. Because Christian Ethiopians had offered refuge to persecuted Muslims, the Prophet Muhammad, according to Islamic tradition, had instructed Muslim armies to leave Ethiopia in peace. And so, as Muslim horsemen raced west and north, Aksum of Ethiopia remained isolated in East Africa, its ancient golden churches and priceless libraries untouched. Hence the reason why you shouldn't mix. Stay to yourself, stay to your own people. 7 centuries later, persistent tales of an immortal Christian king named Prester John, linked with fabulous stories of the long-lost Christian kingdom of Ethiopia, were to fire the imagination and zeal of the Portuguese crusader Prince Henry. After expelling the Muslims from Portugal early in the 15th century, when Spain was still struggling to evict its own Muslim population, the Portuguese quickly sought to press its momentum by piercing the Muslim blockade on the spice wealth of the Far East. Seeking to enlist the mythical Prester John as an ally against the monopoly, Henry set out to learn if there really existed in Africa any Christian princes in whom the charity and the love of Christ were so ingrained so that they would aid him against those enemies of faith. Very, very interesting. Born in 1394 as the third son of King João I of Portugal, let me do a quick search so you can see the name. Okay, so King João of Portugal, John I of Portugal. It was also spelled the name is spelled Joao. Also called John of Aviz or Avis, was king of Portugal from 1385 until his death in 1433. He is recognized chiefly for his role in Portugal's victory in a succession war with Castile, preserving his country's independence and establishing the Aviz dynasty on the Portuguese throne. So, King John or John of Portugal and Philippa, daughter of the English Prince John of Gaunt, Henry was a scientist as well as a crusader. Retreating to the extreme southwestern tip of Portugal and the towering ledge overlooking the narrow entrance to the Mediterranean at the edge of the known world, he set up something new in Europe, a research and development center for maritime discovery that utilized the latest instruments and ideas. At the time, few in the Mediterranean world imagined that India could be reached by sailing around Africa. To initiate the quest for Prester John and subsequently introduce Portugal's golden age of discovery, Henry began launching dozens of ships on short voyages south down the uncharted western coast of Africa in an expedition that would take many decades. Fearing they were approaching the abode of the dead should they venture too far out into the unknown ocean, Henry's sailors tentatively hugged the coast of Mauritania, Cape Verde, and Senegal at the westernmost bulge of Africa, and at every new landing, the Portuguese inquired about Prester John. Each time, they returned home with disappointing tidings, but they also returned with new charts extending their knowledge of the Atlantic. Henry did not set out to enslave Africans, but eventually the Portuguese bankers financing the royal expedition complained of seeing no profit after 2 decades of costly exploration. On the coast of Guinea in, peep the year, 1444, 1444, one of Prince Henry's ships for the first time raided a town and captured several men, women, and children. Gomes Yanez de Zurara, a contemporary chronicler, reported the disturbing scene. Mothers would clasp their infants in their arms and throw themselves on the ground to cover them with their bodies, disregarding any injury to their own persons so that they could prevent their children from being separated from them. Black mothers love. Trade names of locations reveal the sources of wealth that Portuguese would eventually realize along the edge of upper West Africa. The Pepper Coast, the Ivory Coast, the Gold Coast, and the Slave Coast. So, when in 1460 Prince Henry the Navigator died, the national quest to find Prester John did not go to the tomb with him. Portuguese ships continued inching southward down the west coast of Africa and returning with riches. While still exploring after another 2 decades, the Portuguese observed that where the world was thought to end in deserts and reefs, the barren coast of West Africa abruptly revealed a land of lush tropical rainforests teeming with strange creatures and plants. A few weeks later, the Portuguese became the first Europeans of record to cross the equator and enter the South Atlantic. And then, on August 28, 1482, a decade before Columbus sailed into the Americas, the Portuguese explorer Diogo Chaul became the first European to reach the mouth of the Great Congo Zaire River, 6 degrees south of the equator. Here he found unexpected evidence of an impressive advanced civilization. Africans unknown to the Mediterranean world, yet refining gold, silver, copper, and iron, and clothed in fine garments, who told him they were subjects of a great faraway king named Zinga and Kuru. This was the Congo Empire, one of several sophisticated states within Greater Angola, a country then as large as Portugal, France, and Germany combined. The timing of Cow's visit 10 years before the discovery of America would be crucial to Western Europe's attempt to colonize the latter. Without slavery, not only would the price of sugar have risen, wrote the French philosopher Montesquieu, without slavery, the nations of Europe would never have achieved so quickly the political and economic supremacy which they have held for the last 500 years. More Africans, 1 out of every 4, would come to America from Angola, including Congo, than from any other comparable region in Africa, making Angola the Black England of America. Less than 2 centuries after Portugal's discovery of the Congo River in 1482, young Jamestown's earliest African population would be overwhelmingly Angolan, as well as would be the Black populations of Dutch New York, the Spanish West Indies, Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil. Let's just read a little bit about the Congo Empire. The Congo, former kingdom in West Central Africa, located south of the Congo River, present-day Angola and Democratic Republic of the Congo. This allowed the Manikongo, king of Congo, to keep close at hand the manpower and supplies necessary to wield impressive power and centralize the state. And most of the falls of these kingdoms came from mixing, inner trade, trading things that you really didn't have a need from just because you want extra stuff. All this stuff. Everybody just wants stuff. Anyway. What was I about to do? Okay, this makes me think about 12 Years a Slave. The princess. Was she a princess or a queen? I don't know if you can hear this, but I'm going to play the video.
£295. Real good, boy. Real good. 180 pieces flat. How much can you even average make it take a day? 200 pounds? This nigga ain't even average. 512 pounds. 512. Your men folk got no shame letting Patsy out. They ain't yet come. She swung lower than 500 pounds. What do you feel she is? 138 pounds. I ain't done, please. You know what a minute's luxuriating in the work Patsy done? Damn queen. Home, bread, and feed. Make her look me. I'll give her to you. Blessing and rewards of righteousness. All be observant today.
Crazy, right? But continuing. Upon Captain Child's return to Europe, news of the discovery of a rich new land stunned the Mediterranean world. Portugal's King John II, greedily awaiting material details about the empire of the Manikongo king, ordered him to go back at once. On the second voyage to the Congo River the following year, Cal realized that, if anything, he had underreported the size and sophistication of this civilization. The lost kingdoms of Angola had a monetary system and governed, though multi-layered, political bureaucracies that levied taxes and tolls to support colorful royal courts, a civil service, road maintenance, and large armies. He observed that the inhabitants of Angola were not Muslim, and wondered if this was indeed the Ethiopian country of Prester John. Pre-colonial Angolans retained a faint memory of a sea to the north that was the destiny of the Nile, for they informed General Fernandez de Enciso in 1518 that the Congo River had eastward in the heart of the Africa in high mountains from which another great stream flows in an opposite direction. Beyond that, the people of Angola had no knowledge of the Mediterranean world. At close examination, however, there are unexpected cultural similarities between Europeans and Africans south of the Sahara that appear commonly rooted in early Near East traditions. Angolans never ventured into the Atlantic Ocean on their western border. They believed Kalunga, the Atlantic Ocean, was the threshold to another world where time runs counter to that of this world, where day is night. Aside from mining Zembu cowrie shells on the coast for their currency, out of the reverence, Angolans generally shunned the Atlantic. Interesting. Indeed, their kings, once enthroned, were forbidden to gaze upon the sea ever again. Sounds like what is it? Atlantis? It might have something to do with Atlantis. So this awe of the Atlantic was of the same origin as that of Prince Henry's superstitious Mediterranean sailors, and further back of the ancient Egyptians. For the people of the Portuguese found in Angola were not indigenous. They were the Bantu, relatively recent newcomers who had originated long ago in the area east of the Sahara, likely around Uganda along the Nile, where once they had been in contact with the larger Mediterranean world. Far-ranging colonizers, the Bantu of the Sahel grasslands on the edge of the Sahara had set out to discover new regions when their populations exceeded the limits of the land to feed them. As described in almost forgotten oral boastings songs, on our departure from Congo, there were 9 caravans under 9 chiefs with their staff of office. We brought with us the basket containing the relics of our ancestors, which are used in the installation of chiefs. We brought the grass rings for the chiefs' rooftops. The paths we traveled were safe. The villages we built were peaceful. We kept all together. We were careful not to separate. Dominating Greater Angola when Diogo Cao arrived were 3 nations, Bakongo, Bundu, and Ovimbundu, part of the western branch of the massive Bantu migrations that had begun surging south and west around AD 1000. Unlike the earlier Khoisan hunter-gatherers of Central Africa, the Bantu were an advanced, permanently settled farming and herding people who forged iron tools and weapons, and who lived in the same towns year-round. Their kindred, the Eastern Bantu, or Bantu, built the stone towers and temples of Great Zimbabwe that were ignorantly or maliciously attributed by late Arab and European colonizers to the Queen of Sheba or to the Egyptians or Phoenicians of ancient times. Each of the 3 Bantu nations within Greater Angola contained several kingdoms. The most powerful were Congo, Ndango, Loango, and Matamba. Each state, according to African historian John Thornton, possessed jurisdiction, income-raising, military, and legislative functions that claimed comprehensive loyalty and service without its boundaries. Westerners later gave this region the infamous reputation of the deepest, darkest heart of Africa, when in fact it was one of the greatest civilizations ever achieved independent of Mediterranean technology and influence. The Jesuit Father Francisco de Goivia admiringly described Ndango's capital city, Kabasa, as being surrounded by a heavenly populated countryside dotted with a thick complex of neatly spaced towns. The town of Angoleme near Mesanago on the Kwanza River was as large then as the major Portuguese city of Evora, with 5,000 to 6,000 thatched dwellings that probably housed 20,000 to 30,000 people. So densely populated was the area that when fire destroyed Angolame in 1563, 100,000 Bantu were displaced. Markets in the Mbundu kingdom of Ndango included a wide array of goods from outside the nation. They traded in copper, ivory, and cotton from as far away as Congo, notes Thornton, and attended regular markets in their own district and regional markets to obtain what they did not produce. Iron and steel from favored regions in an area famous for its steel production, or salt from the region south of the Kwanza. Pre-colonial Bantu law, both secular and religious, was complex, and as in Europe and Asia, murderers and thieves were severely punished, as were the irreligious. Elders were greatly respected and children were cherished. Cannibalism was abhorred and never existed in Bantu culture. Wisdom and art were esteemed highly, and Bantu proverbs in the form of Anansi tales later passed to the West and down through the generations as the Brer Fox and Rabbit folk stories of Uncle Remus. Angolans wove silk-like textiles, and skilled musicians invented a variety of musical instruments, including a stringed, box-like device that crossed the Atlantic and became the American banjo. The successful and generally peaceful spread of Bantu culture stemmed in great part from their ability to manufacture iron several centuries before arriving on the western Atlantic coast. Mbundu kingdoms gave their kings the title of Angola, iron blacksmith, from which comes the name of the country, Angola. Angolans, like other Central African Bantu, hunted and fought with bows and arrows, but their favored weapons in war were iron swords and battle axes. In ancient times, the Bantu had produced carbonized steel before Europeans, and they made the basic iron tools of European and Asian agriculture long before the first Europeans arrived on their coast. With their iron axes and iron hoes, these pre-colonial Bantu felled trees, cleared land, and broke the earth to plant a variety of crops unknown to Europeans. Dense agriculture produced by iron tools gave the Bantu permanence, and with that permanence, they evolved sophisticated state, religious, and military institutions. Like their Eastern Bantu cousins, the Mbundu nation and the people of the Kingdom of Ndango in particular raised cattle herds along with goats, chickens, and guinea fowl. During their migrations from the East Africa centuries earlier, the Bantu to feed their cattle had pioneered the cultivation of a variety of grains that mature well in the hot, dry climate of Sahel. Simultaneously, they became the world's foremost cattlemen. A particular Bantu custom was for a bridegroom to give cattle to the bride's family. The Bantu barter of cattle would continue in Jamestown and, as will be seen, opened to many Africans a way to escape slavery. Nzinga and Nkulu, the Manikongo of Congo, received the Portuguese graciously, opened trade, and shortly thereafter converted voluntarily and was named by the Pope Dom João da Silva, King John of the Wood. 100 years before the first English settlement was built in America, missionaries arrived in Angola from Italy, Portugal, and Spain to build churches and baptize thousands of converts. And that's where you messed up. King João, or John II of Portugal, not persuaded that Cal had discovered the Christian kingdom of Prester John, in 1487 decided to launch two expeditions, one by land and one by sea, to reach East Africa. For the overland mission, he chose Pero de Covilla, a young married diplomat with children, to go east unaccompanied, disguised as a Muslim. For the sea voyage, He appointed the explorer Bartholomew Diaz to take a naval fleet from Lisbon and continue exploring south down the west coast of Africa. 1 year later, on February 3rd, 1488, Diaz became the first European to round the southern tip of Africa, a voyage much farther over the Atlantic than that of Columbus 3 years later. However, on the verge of becoming the first navigator ever to pioneer the sea route from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean and reap the wealth of the India trade, Diaz, to his disappointment, was forced by his superstitious crew to turn back. In the crowd that met him at the Lisbon docks was a still unknown Christopher Columbus, who wrote in his copy of French Cardinal Pierre de Ali's Imago Mundi, Diaz announced to the king that he had sailed as far as the Cape of Good Hope and showed him a chart of the voyage. I was present at court that day. I'm going to take a brief intermission and grab a snack before I pass out. Be right back.
African women have been known to be strong and capable leaders both within and outside their homes. Welcome to Tachiki, and today we present the top 5 strongest female African warriors. Remember to subscribe and ring the notification bell so that you don't miss any of our African videos. Number 5. Yenenga from Ghana. Yenenga was an African princess, the daughter of Ndeka, an early 12th century king of the Dagomba kingdom in what is now northern Ghana. She was beautiful and became a cultural icon, a woman with a strong character and an independent mind. From the age of 14, she fought in battle for her father against the neighboring Moluccas. Skilled with javelins, spears, and bows, she was an excellent horsewoman and commanded her own battalion. Number 4. Queen Nzinga from Angola. Queen Nzinga, also known as Muchino Amuhatu, was a 17th century queen of the Ndongo and Matamba kingdoms of the Ngundu people in Angola. Nzinga fought fearlessly and cleverly for the freedom and stature of her kingdoms against the Portuguese who were colonizing the area at the time. Today, she is remembered in Angola for her political and diplomatic acumen as well as her brilliant military tactics. Number 3. Queen Amina from Nigeria. Queen Amina was a Hausa warrior, queen of Zazzau, in what is now northwest region of Nigeria. She is the subject of many legends, but is believed by historians to have been a real ruler. The earliest source to mention Amina is Muhammad Bello's History, Ifaq al-Misur, composed around 1836. He claims that she was the first to establish government among them, and forced Katsina, Kano, and other regions to pay tribute to her. Number 2. Queen Amanirenas from Egypt. Queen Amanirenas was a queen of the Meroitic kingdom of Kush. She is one of the most famous Gaddafi's because of her role leading the Kushite armies against the Romans in a war that lasted 5 years. After an initial victory, when the Kushites attacked Roman Egypt, they were driven out by Gaius Praetorius. The Romans established a new frontier at Heres in Capitus. Amanirenas was described as brave and hard-won blind. Number 1, and the title for this.
Okay. So, where was I? Okay, as a result of Diaz's discovery, Columbus immediately left Lisbon and carried to Spain his proposal to reach India by sailing west. Meanwhile, Pero de Cavilla, making an amazingly long, circuitous trek alone, accomplished what Diaz and his ships could not. Reaching the Indian Ocean in 1493, he entered Ethiopia on foot. Though he was warmly welcomed by the Christian king of Ethiopia, writes historian Daniel J. Boorstin, Cavilla was made a palace prisoner, unable to return to Portugal and his family to reap the honors for his successful expedition. In this realm of Prester John, actually ruled by Alexander, Lion of the tribe of Judah and King of Kings, he became a Portuguese Marco Polo, so youthful at court that the king would not let him leave. Convinced that he would never return home, Cavilla married an Ethiopian wife who bore him several children. Cavilla eventually sent a letter back to the King of Portugal, describing his long journey to Mecca, India, Ormuz in the Persian Sea, and Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. He affirmed that the Portuguese would be on the right track if they continued sailing around Africa, assuring the King of Portugal that his fleet could easily penetrate into these eastern seas and come to make the coast of Calicut, for there was sea everywhere. You see how they will wait years and years upon years to get what they came for. Period. That's just point and blank. You cannot give people a chance. You cannot give the devil a chance. The previous year, Columbus, having persuaded the king and queen of Spain to finance him, had made his first visit to what would later be named America. His discovery caused a controversy that delayed by a decade Portugal's plan to reach the Indian Ocean by sailing around Africa. In March 1493, King John II, upon learning of Columbus's discovery of islands in the New World, proclaimed them to be the property of Portugal, the foremost European sea power in the Atlantic. Tensions between Portugal and Spain mounted, but war was averted at the last moment when the Pope arbitrated the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494. This treaty fixed a famous, though then obscure, vertical line about 60 degrees west, giving to Spain all of the Americas with the exception of Brazil, which, along with the eastward route around Africa, went to Portugal. Manuel I succeeded João in 1495 and resumed Portugal's interrupted quest to reach India and the rich spice markets. The man that King Manuel chose to take the Portuguese into the Indian Ocean was Vasco da Gama, who, like Cavilla, was a skilled diplomat rather than a rough soldier like those Spain would send to the Americas. Building a fleet of 4 ships, da Gama departed Lisbon in July 1497. Rounding Africa's southern cape, he continued north up the eastern African coast to Mozambique, where he found a hostile Muslim port. Crossing the Arabia Sea, da Gama finally reached Calicut, India in May 1498. There he met 2 Moors from Tunis who could speak Castilian and Genoese. Astounded to see Christian ships in the Indian Ocean, the first words from the stunned Moors to da Gama, according to one of the explorer's crew, was a curse. "May the devil take thee! What brought you thither?" He told them that we came in search of Christians and spices. They said, why does not the king of Castile, the king of France, or the Signoria of Venice send hither? The da Gama returned to the ships, accompanied by one of the Moors, who was no sooner on board than he said these words: a lucky venture, a lucky venture, plenty of rubies, plenty of emeralds. You owe great thanks to God for having brought you to a country holding such riches. We were greatly astonished to his talk, for we never expected to hear our language spoken so far away from Portugal. Having journeyed for a century, the Portuguese now moved quickly. To overturn the Muslim monopoly with India, the Moluccas, Siam, and China, they destroyed the Muslim fleet and seized Ormuz to control access to the Persian Gulf in 1510. By the time of Al-Hassan's visit to Egypt, the Portuguese navy was poised to enter the Red Sea and strike like a dagger into the heart of Islam. In Egypt, Al-Hassan heard rumors that the Portuguese were making an alliance with the Christian king of Ethiopia, reputedly a descendant of the ancient dynasty of King Solomon of Jerusalem and Nikita, the queen of Sheba. After many centuries, Ethiopia, situated at the gateway between the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, was once again the key to the East. Western Europe's arrival in the Indian Ocean, however, would be tragic for Christian Ethiopia. Though the Portuguese dominated the sea, Muslims held the land. Aided by Turks and Arabs who furnished soldiers and firearms, and heedless of Muhammad's instruction, a furious Somali Muslim warlord named Ahmed Gran, son of an Ethiopian Christian priest and a Somali prostitute, invaded Ethiopia in the 1520s, defeating a powerful army of spearmen, beheading Ethiopian priests, sacking and burning towns, and stripping the ancient churches and irreplaceable libraries of their golden panels and treasured jewel-encrusted ceremonial objects of antiquity. Sir Richard Burton wrote, aided by a violent famine which prostrated what had escaped the spear, Gran perpetuated every manner of atrocity, captured and burned Ascom, destroyed the princes of the royal blood on the mountain of Amba Gesha, and slew in AD 1540 David, third of his name and last emperor of Ethiopia. In this crisis, Ethiopia appealed to the Pope. In response, the new king of Portugal, João III, sent a large navy led by Vasco da Gama's sons. Landing at Massawa with 400 musketeers, they marched to confront Ahmed Gran's army of 10,000 infantry and a large cavalry. In a pitched battle, the Somali general was killed by a Portuguese musket, but not before he had reduced the glory of ancient Ascom to ashes. Today, Ethiopia, now hedged on the east by Somalia and Eritrea, remains cut off from the Red Sea that she had ruled from before the time of Christ as a result of Ahmed Gran's invasion 5 centuries ago. In 1518, while returning from his voyage to Egypt, Al-Hassan's ship was captured near Crete by the Spanish corsair Don Pietro Bovilla. Recognizing the Moroccan ambassador as a person of importance, Bovilla, brother of the bishop Salamanca, determined that Al-Hassan might be useful to the Pope and delivered him from the customary fate of life as a galley slave. That year, Al-Hassan was presented to Pope Leo X, Giovanni de' Medici. This pope, who rose to the office through family connections, lived more like a Renaissance prince than a priest and reveled in luxury and the arts. Leo X is a pope for whom the historians have harsh words. He is usually depicted a gilded butterfly, a person whose sole interest in life was pleasure and luxurious life, love of music, drama, fine arts, literature, learning, and hunting. At the beginning of the 16th century, As Western Europeans were beginning to dominate the Indian Ocean, Muslims were invading Christian lands circling the Eastern Mediterranean. Alarmed by his shrinking sphere of influence, Pope Leo prized the much-traveled courtier Al-Hasan as a rare source of military intelligence on the enemy, and he gave the Moor a large salary to prevent him from attempting escape. Al-Hasan ibn Muhammad converted and was baptized with the Christian name Giovanni Leone, John Leo, after the Pope. However, he is best known as Leo Africanus for his 1526 manuscript, Descrizione dell'Africa, Description of Africa, about his travels in North Africa. During the years of his Christian captivity, the Moor traveled about Europe and immersed himself in the life of Italian gentlemen of privilege under the patronage of a line of popes. His portrait was painted by the artist Sebastiano Luciani of Venice. Though before his death, Leo Africanus was to return to North Africa and his Muslim faith in Europe, his description of Africa, that is, of the Muslim-occupied northern parts of Africa, was frequently reprinted as the authoritative last word on that continent. In 1600, in London, the English courtier John Pori translated into English an Italian copy of Descrizione dell'Africa that he titled A Geographical History of Africa, written in Arabic and Italian by John Leo, a Moor. Pori's translation was read by William Shakespeare, who immortalized Al-Hasan as the title character for his 1604 play, Othello, the Moor of Venice, though the poet's tragic treatment of the African's life was fictional. John Pori's English translation also served Shakespeare's fellow poet, Ben Jonson, as an important source for King James's blockbuster Mask of Blackness. Pori, a talented writer who had squandered his early promise on the bottle, would a few years later make history as the first speaker of the first representative legislature of English North America, the Virginia House of Burgesses. In that office in 1619, he would participate in a conspiracy that would bring the first Africans to an English colony in America and give an ironic twist to Jonson's storyline of Africans coming to the British Empire. Meanwhile, in London, Mask of Blackness was receiving mixed reviews. Chapter 2, the Jagas, I believe. Let me pull it up on the screen. So many in the elite London audience that night in 1605 were enthralled back on the screen. Many in the elite London audience that night in 1605 were enthralled by the exotic pomp and pageantry of the Mask of Blackness. Some critics, however, were harder to please. In his scathing review, Sir Dudley Carleton, who in 1619 would receive a critical piece of evidence in the real-life drama involving the transport of Africans, wrote to a friend, "At night we had the Queen's mask in the banqueting house. Their apparel was rich, but too light and courtesan-like for such great ones. Instead of vizards, their faces and arms up to the elbows were painted black, which was disguise sufficient, for they were hard to be known. You cannot imagine a more ugly sight than a troop of lean-cheeked Moors." To another friend, John Chamberlain, Carleton also criticized how Queen Anne and her black-faced ladies left the stage and entered the audience to choose dance partners. He, the Spanish ambassador, took out the queen and forgot not to kiss her hand, though there was danger the black paint would have left a mark on his lips. Their black faces and hands were painted and bare up to the elbows, was a very loathsome sight, and I am sorry that strangers should see our court so strangely disguised. Weird, strange people. Of more substance than the Queen's appearance in the play to others were James's troubling allegories of divine right to rule. The proposed British superstate and peaceful coexistence with Catholic Spain. James's 1604 treaty was universally unpopular, even though both England and Spain were weary of war. First, English nobles and merchants were making quite a good living as privateers carrying out random lightning raids on Spanish ships and ports in Spain and America. Second, treaty or no treaty, the English and Spanish still hated and cursed each other as limbs of Antichrist. Crazy, right? But the devil cannot help but expose himself. Contemporary historian Arthur Wilson claimed that Jesuits had convinced superstitious Spaniards that when the English left Catholicism during the reign of Henry VIII, they were transformed into strange, horrid shapes with head and tails like beasts and monsters. So easy it is for those jugglers, the Jesuits, when they have once bound up the conscience, to tie up the understanding also. Then there was James's demand for the divine right to rule with absolute power by decree. The English House of Commons strongly opposed absolute monarchy and held rulers accountable to English law. In response to James's attempt to fuse the island kingdoms into one superstate, Parliament also refused to sanction any federal government unless Scotland adopted English law. Having first proposed the union of England and Scotland to Parliament in 1604, James addressed the House of Commons again in 1608, expressing his frustration that its members were resisting his will. This I speak because of the long time which hath been spent about the treaty of the Union. For myself, I protest unto you all, when I first propounded the Union, I then thought there could have been no more question of it than of your declaration and acknowledgement of my right unto this crown, and that as two twins they would have grown up together. But now finding many crossings, long disputations, strange questions, and nothing done, I must needs think it proceeds either of mistaking of the errand, or else from some jealousy of me the propounder, that you so add delay unto delay, searching out, as it were, the very bowels of curiosity. Parliament also resisted the coined term Britain because, as the ancient Roman name for England, it suggested subservience to the Church of Rome. The House of Commons would not concede to identifying the English as Britons until the 1700s, nearly a century later. When it came to financing his quest for an empire with extended colonies, James quickly learned that Parliament, not he, controlled taxes, the largest revenue generator. The first English colony in America would be financed not by the English crown or by the government, but by a joint stock company of English investors, adventurers, chartered by the king. Selling such monopolies was one of the few ways James found he could raise money, for the House of Commons viewed James's schemes and spending habits as wasteful and extravagant. The stupendous bill he sent them for Mask of Blackness became one sorely contentious case in point. When James threatened that it is sedition in subjects to dispute what a king may do in the height of his power, the House of Commons aggressively fought back and challenged even the royal monopolies. Struggling for supremacy on a shoestring budget, James, not backing down, became more adamant in his demand to rule unopposed, lecturing Parliament that monarchs, like gods, have power to exalt low things and abase high things, and make of their subjects like men at the chess, a pawn to take a bishop or a knight, and to cry up or down any of their subjects as they do their money. Haughty-minded men are they. The conflict ran deeper than the politics of the moment. James claimed rex est lex eloquens, what the king speaks is law. Having previously established and defended hard-won rights over difficult centuries, the representative composed English Parliament was unwilling, as a matter of principle, that English law should be abrogated by any king's caprice. Though James, a highly principled individual, would likely have made a just and wise dictator, as dictators go, the issue was precedent. If popular contemporary plays, Philaster, 1609, The Maid's Tragedy, 1610, and A King and No King, 1611, are any indication, the English public at large seems to have sided with Parliament against James on the issue of divine right. Controversial also in England was James's attempt to wed his son Charles to the Spanish princess Maria. King Philip III demanded that Charles become Catholic as a precondition to marriage, meaning a future Catholic king for England. English nobles had received vast properties belonging to the Catholic Church when the monasteries were dissolved by Henry VIII, and a Catholic king would strip them of this property. Furthermore, England's underclasses remembered the human bonfires of Protestant preachers tied to the stake during Bloody Mary Tudor's Catholic reign and recoiled at the prospect of another Catholic monarch. Class distinctions aside, Protestants were officially wary of James because his wife Anne had already jolted the English by converting to Catholicism when he became King of England in 1603. But James stubbornly pursued the Spanish marriage regardless of public opinion. Spain had been fabulously enriched by its American ventures, and James, eager to impress the world and irresponsibly addicted to extravagance, wanted a bride for his son who would bring a great dowry. Philip III of Spain exploited his desire for the marriage, and the Spanish ambassador Count Gondomar would gain such influence over James that he even sent the Spaniard to interrupt and dismiss the English Parliament after the House of Commons voted to oppose the proposed union. Complained James to Count Gondomar, "I am surprised that my ancestors should ever have permitted such an institution as the House of Commons to have come into existence. I am a stranger and found it here when I arrived, so that I am obliged to put up with what I cannot get rid of." The mood between the absolutist stewards and the Republican House of Commons in particular would grow steadily worse. The clash between James and Parliament over his proposed superstate was similar to the political schism that had begun to trouble Angola, Black England, in the 15th century. Angola's pre-colonial oral history has survived in written form because, as John Thornton points out, it was collected in the 16th century by Angolans who were educated in Europe. Unlike leaders in so many other parts of Africa, West Central African elites left a substantial written record of their own. The prevailing Western theory holds that after the arrival of Europeans in 1482, the kingdoms of Angola and other Central African countries began lusting for European goods and culture and were subsequently destroyed by the Atlantic slave trade. As seen, however, the sophisticated Bantu were not Stone Age primitives. They had developed advanced governments, permanent agriculture, and domesticated cattle, and were producing cloth, iron, and copper, and trading afar before 1482. In fact, traditions recorded by literate 16th century Angolans point to an unrelated development as the cause of Angola's decline. Upon arriving in West Central Africa from the east between AD 1000 and 1100, the Bantu nations settling Angola had established numerous independent mini-states, each made up of one capital with a dozen or so surrounding villages containing, on average, 5,000 subjects each. In AD 1375, Mimi Zima, ruler of the small kingdom of Pimbakasi in the Wilu Valley, north of the Congo River and modern-day Democratic Republic of Congo, made an alliance with the neighboring king Sakulau, ruler of Mbasa, to assure the continuance of their dynasties. Nzima's heir was Lukini Luanimi. Upon becoming king, Lukini led a combined army south across the Congo River into Angola around 1400 to attack the kingdom of Imwene Kabunga in revenge for an insult made by a ferryman against his mother. The history of Congo begins with Lukini Luanimi as the first Mani-Congo, derived from Mwene, meaning blacksmith of Congo. He founded a city on a mountain in his newly won territory and named it Mbaza Congo. Through mostly peaceful alliances, he then formed and headed a federation of neighboring kingdoms. Soyabungu, Kokongo, Ngoyo, and Mpangu were voluntary provinces, while Nsundi and Mbamba were conquered. In this federation, two aristocracies existed, as in England. In the case of Congo, the Mani-Congo's extended family was the upper aristocracy, whereas the families of former kings who had voluntarily stepped down a rung to become federation governors under the Mani-Congo were the lower aristocracy. This lower provincial nobility retained numerous independent rights under Lukini, including the right to choose their own governors, collect their own revenues, and raise their own armies. Under this system, the Mani-Congo was dependent to a large extent on the loyalty of his federation partners. Following Lukini's death, two of his nephews ruled consecutively until his son, Nkuwu Alekini, came of age and was made king. Nkuwu's heir was Mani-Congo Zinga Nkuwu, who was king in 1482 when the first Europeans under Diogo Cao visited the Congo River. The voluntary independent nature of the Congo Federation, however, had begun to change before the Europeans came in 1482. In the 15th century, as the city and suburbs of Mbaza, Congo reached a population of 100,000 of Congo's overall population of 500,000, the Mani-Congos with a huge local army at their command became more powerful than the other provinces in the Congolese Federation. With this power, Mani-Congos at Mbaza Congo, like King James of England, began promoting centralization of power, an empire or superstate. They began insisting on decree rule and demanding the right to collect revenue throughout the Federation, as well as the right to approve or reject officials appointed by the surrounding provinces. This centralization of power at Mbaza Congo provoked resistance in the provinces, particularly among the mini-states that had been added by force. The nobles of these provinces protested centralization by evoking the memories of the early founder Lukini Luanimi and his original Free Federation of States. To counter these protests and promote centralization, new Mani-Congos revised the story of the origins of Mbaza Congo. To discredit the old federation concept, they discredited its founder, alleging that Lukini had perpetrated a particularly odious crime, stabbing to death his pregnant mother before crossing the Congo River as a fugitive. Crazy. The subsequent rise of the 15th century Congolese superstate sparked similar expansion programs in such rival Angolan kingdoms as Ndango, Luango, Matamba, Benguela, Sango, Mbwila, Lebolo, Masinga, and Malimba, which also began adding by force or by alliance smaller neighboring states. Like Congo, they too reduced defeated kings to the role of distinct governors while retaining their former political apparatus as district governments. And as with the new empire of Congo, these superstates also provoked resentment and rebellion in outlying districts whose rights were reduced. Therefore, when Europeans first visited in 1482, Angola was already embroiled in an ongoing and thoroughly African political debate over divisive issues of expansion and centralization versus regional autonomy. Same thing men and women are going through today. So all of this stuff just basically trickled down, one thing after another, taking your culture and your history away from you. Also, when the Portuguese arrived, rivalry among Angola's superstates was intensely fierce, and competing rulers were keen to pursue military and trade alliances to further each his own political agenda. To this end, Mvimba and Nzinga, the son and heir of Nzinga, Nkuwu of Congo, voluntarily embraced the Portuguese as trade partners in 1510, and like his father, he too became a Christian. The Pope bestowed the title King of Ethiopia on the baptized Manicongo, and taking Alfonso as his Christian name, Mbemba Nzinga renamed his capital city Mbaza Congo, Salvador, in honor of the Savior. He encouraged mission building throughout his provinces, and a century later, thanks to this, many Angolans would arrive in Jamestown with a Christian background that greatly aided their assimilation into the English colony. Manicongo Alfonso I shrewdly gathered from the Portuguese a wealth of knowledge about the wider world of religion, commerce, politics, and technology. One of the first monarchs in the world to own two European printing presses, invented 40 years earlier, Alfonso frequently communicated through letters with the Pope in Rome and the King of Portugal on matters of state, trade, and religion. He also established a foreign diplomatic corps of skilled representatives, including West Africans and New Christian Jews, to attend his affairs in Rome and Lisbon, and he sent many promising young Congolese men to be educated in the finest universities of Southern Europe. Some married into the European elite, and some returned to Angola to serve in his court. His son, Enrique, became the first Black bishop of the Catholic Church. Though willing to trade, convert, and assimilate to a point, the Bantu Iron Kings of Angola steadfastly refused to surrender their individual autonomy to Portugal. While acknowledging the spiritual authority of Rome, they refused to be colonized or subjected by European monarchs, and their kingdoms were too powerful to be conquered by European armies without African allies. Congo, for one, could field 10,000 soldiers with iron weapons, nor could the Manicongos be seduced with the cheap European trinkets, bright cloth, and rum. Administrators of large states, they had an intelligent grasp of trade issues and were wise to the nuances of international diplomacy. As early as 1514, Manicongo Alfonso, quick to see through shady deals, complained to the King of Portugal of fraud practiced by the former Portuguese governor at Sao Tome, alleging, "He sold our goods at the lowest price possible. With the money he bought an untrained slave from Goa and another. He sent us them in one of the first ships, saying they were the trained carpenters. At the same time, he sent us some blue cloth, all gnawed by rats. All this we have been able to endure because of the love of our, guess who? Jesus Christ. Alfonso and successive Manicangos were also careful not to legitimize their thrones on European military power. Portuguese kings, eager to please those they could not conquer, sent ships and cannons to intimidate the African rulers' enemies to earn their respective favor. Manuel I of Portugal, for example, instructed his royal envoy Goncalo Rodriguez in 1509 to serve the king of Congo however he deemed, and to accept whatever payment offered. From captives that said, Manicamgo makes in this war or in whatever service God gives you. As the Manicangos continued to use Portuguese services to extend and centralize their super kingdoms and put down subsequent rebellions, they frequently chose to pay Europeans with Jaga prisoners taken in battle. Jagas, deemed rebels by the Manicangos, were Angolans in outlying districts who opposed absolute rule, centralized power, and loss of autonomy to African rulers of the superstate. The first Africans who would arrive in colonial America beginning in 1619 came fully aware of the concept of independence and autonomy later embraced by American colonialists, for thousands of early African Americans frequently were ex-Jaga rebels who had been captured by Angolan super kings and sold for export to America. Christian dissidents from Europe and Jagas from Africa, who frequently were also Christian, were both exiled to America with little choice. Europeans certainly affected the latter stage of independent Angola's collapse externally, sometimes as pawns and sometimes as exploiters. However, African resistance to African superstates, not European materialism, European armies, greed, cultural corruption, or slavery initially sparked the destructive civil wars pitting Angolan kings against Angolan princes that would weaken the country in the 16th and 17th centuries and open the way to European colonization. In 1560, in a preview of what was to come later, the relationship between Congo and Portugal tilted momentarily in Portugal's favor when a Manicongo named Alvaro I, facing a powerful Jaga rebellion in some of his recently added provinces, called up the Portuguese army to save him. The King of Portugal sent General Francisco de Govia Sotomayor and 600 soldiers to his aid. The victory, however, was high for Alvaro, who, in return for the military support, was forced to sign formal papers in which the King of Congo confesses to be the King of Portugal's vassal. From that time and until he could extricate himself from his debt, the Manicongo, in his letters to Lisbon, addressed the King of Portugal not as previously as my brother, but as my lord and brother. In 1571, Portugal sent a new ambassador to exploit the opportunity presented by Congo's capitulation. Paulo Dias de Novaes, the grandson of Bartholomew Dias, whose discovery of the southern Cape of Africa 7 decades earlier had been quickly eclipsed by Vasco da Gama's voyage into the Indian Ocean. The arrival of Novaes would signal a momentous change in Portuguese policy regarding Angola. No longer content with merely trading with the Iron Kingdoms and baptizing African converts, the ambitious King Sebastião intended to conquer and colonize all of Angola and, if possible, all of Central Africa. Motivating the new Portuguese attitude was the quest for gold. The slave export trade, though lucrative, was not filling the royal treasure in Lisbon. The taxing authority that the Portuguese government set up to regulate trade with Angola was weak and inefficient, and European traders found ways to bypass it. disaffected Portuguese slave merchants on the island of Sao Tome off the Gabon coast was becoming wealthy, but not the kings of Portugal. Sebastião hoped to emulate Spanish successes in the Americas and either find gold and silver in Angola or use the country as a springboard into the interior of Central Africa, where he might find gold and silver. However, there was an impediment to Portuguese imperial ambitions in Angola. The church was reaping a fantastic harvest in conversions throughout the country, and therefore Rome opposed any military adventures that would unsettle Angola. By the middle of the 16th century, several large Congolese districts in northern Angola had become predominantly Christian and were loyal to the church. Sebastião turned to his counselors to find a loophole, and in 1572, falsely claiming he was acting with the authority of the Pope, he commissioned Novaes to subject and conquer the King of Angola, a commission that would indirectly affect the future English colony of Virginia. If Novaes succeeded, Sebastião would reward him with a territory the size of a kingdom, a hereditary grant of 35 leagues of the coast of Angola, and as far inland as he can go. Unlike grants issued by earlier Portuguese kings, and contrary to the church's direction, nothing in King Sebastião's commission to Novaes recognized the rights of independent African states in his way. Upon taking office, one of Governor Novaes' first official acts was to grant Upon taking office, one of Governor Novaes' first official acts was to grant formal recognition to the Mbundu Kingdom of Ndango, whose king, the Angola, had requested missionaries and formal ties with Portugal. Secretly, Novaes intended to use the treaty as an opportunity to subjugate Ndango and place a Portuguese colony in its Cambambe district, where there was rumored to be silver. The Ndango Portuguese Treaty, however, immediately caught the attention of Manicongo Alvaro I of Congo, who, among his titles, claimed to be king of the Mbundus, the Mbundu nation, which included the nation of Ndango. Because Congo had become a vassal of Portugal, the Manicongo could not appeal to the Pope the loss of Ndango. So, to undermine the Portuguese-Ndango alliance, Alvaro sent agents to work on the Angola. On the island of Sao Tome, Portuguese merchants, many of them new Christians who had fled the Inquisition and intermarried with Africans to create a Portuguese-African mestizo society, along with other Portuguese of the untitled gentry who resented the heavy levies imposed on them by Portugal, actually supported Congolese independence from Portugal and preferred the Manicongo as their king. On behalf of Alvaro, Portuguese emissaries from Sao Tome hastened the Ndango capital city of Cabasa to persuade Kulanji Kia Ndambi that Governor Novaes secretly wanted more than to simply baptize his people and open trade. In particular, one Portuguese merchant who was much trusted by the Angola informed him that Lisbon coveted the rich silver mines of Cambambe. The Angola was persuaded by these Portuguese agents, and during a joint expedition with Novaes to put down Jagas in 1579, a company of Ndango soldiers suddenly turned on their new Portuguese allies, inflicting heavy casualties and sacking their baggage train. Novaes and a remnant of his army, originally 700 soldiers, managed to escape to the castle at Nzele in the Kingdom of Congo. Plotting revenge against the Angola, Governor Novaes then reinforced his reduced land force with the army of Congolese Duke of Mbamba and pulled together a naval fleet that included a caravel, 2 galleots, and several gunships. In September 1580, he led his new allied infantry, with the fleet up the Kwanzaa River and into Ndango territory. The Angola's troops responded and decimated the combined Portuguese-Congolese army. Governor Narvaez survived only because the Manicongo at the last moment sent a large Congolese relief force to his rescue. Narvaez was now in a much weaker position than before. Not only was Ndango still unconquered, but the Manicongo had repaid his debt by saving the Portuguese army from total destruction, and Congo was again free of Portuguese control. After much deliberation, Governor Narvaez determined that Ndango's vulnerability might be that which had briefly delivered Congo to Portugal. Lately, following the Congolese model, increasingly ambitious Angolas had one after the other enforced a new central bureaucracy at the city of Kabasa to bring all of Ndango's provinces under their absolute control. This was, to repeat, a purely African political development that originated before European contact. Lesser aristocrats known as Makotas, who ruled the older royal districts within Ndango, resented losing in the bureaucratic realignment. Furthermore, Ndango had aggressively added to the kingdom several mini-states it reduced to mere local districts governed by sobas who had once been kings. These sobas sometimes incited Jaga rebellions to throw off the yoke of Ndango and recover their former autonomy. The resulting civil tension presented Governor Narvaez an opportunity to conquer Ndango and open all of Central Africa to Portuguese exploitation. He made a pitch to Ndango's outlying provinces, promising them restoration of their previous independence. Sobas, who ruled over Iamba and Kasama, accepted the offer, and suddenly the Angola faced a sizable internal rebellion. Narvaez's Third Army pushed up the Kwanzaa River in 1586 in yet another invasion. Deep in Ndango country, the Portuguese governor built Fort Masangano with the Kwanzaa River as his lifeline to supplies on the coast. Outraged by the insolent intrusion, the Angola launched raids to dislodge the fort. However, situated on the river within range of the Portuguese fleet's guns and heavily defended by both European and African soldiers, Fort Masangano withstood Ndango's assaults. Intent on conquest and riches, Narvaez then continued up the Kwanzaa to its junction with the Lukala River, and there at Kambambe, where he hoped to find the Angola's silver mines, he built a second fort. Sensing the momentum, more Sobas defected to Governor Narvaez, who eventually fielded an impressive army of 10,000 seasoned soldiers, Portuguese, Christian, Congolese, and Ndango Jagas combined. Then disaster struck. On May 9, 1589, Governor Narvaez became ill from the tropical climate and died, and all of his efforts to restore the lost glory of Bartholomew Diaz faded in the midst of the Lukala Valley. He was succeeded by Luis Serraro, who decided to immediately launch the massive allied army from Kambambe straight into the Ndango heartland and take the capital city of Kabasa. But while the Portuguese were assembling the invasion, Quelange Angola, the new Angola, quickly made an alliance with the queen of the powerful kingdom of Matamba to the east. Matamba had also previously requested Christian missionaries and diplomatic relations with Portugal, but like the Angola of Ndango, she too eventually came to suspect that Lisbon meant to seize Angola. As Governor Serraro's huge, well-equipped allied army began marching east along the Lukala River, the loyalist Ndango Matamba forces moved west from the mountains of the Malang Plateau to stop them. The date of the decisive battle of the Lukala was December 20th, 1589. Gazing up at the highlands, Governor Serraro was stunned by the discipline of the Ndango Matamba host approaching him. armed with battle axes and swords of tested Bantu iron, and arrayed in the traditional Bantu two-horned formation, Colange Angola's main force of 3 large squadrons, with an additional great number of troops forming a seemingly endless crescent-shaped line, then descended upon a 10,000-strong European-led army of cannons, muskets, horses, armor, bombards, and rebel allies. Seraro's black and white companies shattered and overwhelmed on all sides. His cavalry and musketeers fell back while desperately fighting to survive complete destruction. Typically, in pitched battles, the Bantu fought until one side retreated, but Central Africa had never before engaged in a clash of this magnitude. Even so, Colange adapted more ably than did Governor Serraro. Surrounded on 3 sides with the river at their backs, Serraro's soldiers, European and African, lost their nerve, dropped their guns, and fled by the thousands from the iron axes of the advancing Mbundu. Loyalist Ndongo troops pursued the panicked enemy down the Lukala River, overrunning Kambabe, slaying them, and taking captives along the way. Ships and cannons covering the Portuguese retreat failed to halt the rout, and the Portuguese governor barely escaped to Fort Macengano after 3 weeks on the run. On that memorable day on the Lukala River in the season of Kutanu, the Mbundu kingdom of Ndongo tested its iron against the great modern invasion of supposed superior military technology. Tens of thousands collided, nations against nations, kingdoms against kingdoms. It was the first epic battle ever fought south of the Sahara, and Ndongo's decisive victory stalled Portugal's attempted conquest of Central Africa for the next 3 decades. Despite internal defections, an African superstate had thoroughly and convincingly routed a European one. After this disastrous defeat, the rebel Jagas deserted the Portuguese and returned to Angola, Colange Angola. The Portuguese colonial ambition was back where it had started nearly a century earlier, almost knee-deep in the Atlantic Ocean. Along the Lukala River, the people of Ndongo celebrated. Witnessing this, the king of Congo in the northern Angola seized the initiative and, wary of becoming Portugal's vassal ever again, pressed the Pope to appoint a Catholic bishop independent of Portugal. Manicongo Alvaro III also gained control over the Angolan church's finances and acquired from Rome the right to promote civil officials loyal to him rather than to Portugal, still wanting to intertwine with the other nations. Congo essentially broke away from Angola, forcing the Portuguese to search for a new African ally to help achieve its colonial objectives against mighty Ndongo. Portugal's ambitions in Africa were further slowed when, beginning in 1580, it lost its autonomy to Spain for what would be almost half a century. Then another obstacle appeared on the horizon in the 1590s. Protestant Dutch and English merchants arrived and began trading around the mouth of the Congo River. The Manicongos, now aware of Portugal's new policy of conquest and colonization, desired distance from the Portuguese and were quick to take advantage of opportunities presented by the Protestant newcomers, opening trade with them, to Portugal's dismay. You can't trade one devil for another. Leave them all alone. The corsairs of William of Orange's Dutch sea beggars and the privateering English sea dogs of Queen Elizabeth I had established fierce reputations as aggressive anti-Catholic pirates since Francis Drake had rounded the globe 3 decades later. These Protestant buccaneers had become as troublesome to Spain and Portugal in the Atlantic as had Muslim pirates in the Mediterranean. One summer rampage by a Drake or a Raleigh through gold-rich Spanish settlements in the Americas could send the entire economies of Spain and Portugal, and by extension, Italy and all of Europe, plummeting. self-consciously trailing the older established empires of Spain and Portugal in power, lands, wealth, and global influence as the 17th century dawned. The northern Protestant kingdoms of Western Europe were about to embark on superstate schemes of their own in America, Africa, and Asia. And pitted in this struggle of empires were two competing nobles enmeshed in a deadly game of intrigue. The victor's prize would be a ship of Angolan captives of war heading for America. Chapter 3, A Game of Chess. The son of a Spanish governor, Granada, and the Canary Islands, Count Gondomar was disarming, urbane, and well-read, a superb choice of King Philip III for the ambassadorship to the English court of King James, who preferred intellectual courtiers conversant in Latin and French to the swaggering English swashbucklers violently vying for his favors. Gondomar would serve 2 terms as Philip's ambassador to England, the first from 1613 to 1618, when enraged Londoners attacked his house and forced him from England, and then from 1620 to 1622, at which time he attempted to recover a stolen shipment of enslaved Africans. Through flattery and a common interest in literature, Gondomar built a special rapport with James Stuart, which, along with the lure of the Spanish marriage proposal and his insight into the complicated personality of the King of England, placed the Spanish party in high standing at court. Both of James's parents had died violently. His mother, Mary, Queen of Scots, along with her lover, was widely suspected in his father's assassination when James was an infant, and the King of France had teased young James that he was born a bastard. His mother was eventually beheaded by Elizabeth for alleged complicity in a plot to return the throne to a Catholic monarch. Since infancy, James, who always wore protective padding under his shirt, had been targeted in numerous Catholic assassination plots, including one in which he had stood in stark terror mere inches from an assassin's naked blade. Perhaps because of the many attempts on his life, James preferred connivance or kingcraft to violence when it came to getting his way. Though dutifully married and father of several children by Anne, James was fond of handsome men, lavishing on his favorites immense sums of money as well as titles and estates that he could not afford, prompting Londoners to smirk at the time. Rex fut Elizabeth, nunc est regina Jacobus. Elizabeth was king, now James is queen. James was a royal slob who never bathed and who wore his shirts until they disintegrated on his body. He preferred to spend his time hunting and running the kingdom from outside of London, detesting the decorous ceremonial show that the English then as now sought of their monarchs. His open disdain for this English peculiarity, especially catered to by his predecessor Elizabeth I, as much as any other grievance, caused his subjects to detest their king. The sentiment was mutual, as Niccolo Molin, the Venetian ambassador to James's court, reported to the Dog of Venice. King James does not caress the people, nor make them that good cheer the late queen did, whereby she won their loves. This king manifests no taste for them, but rather contempt and dislike. The result is he is despised and almost hated. In fact, his majesty is more inclined to live retired with 8 or 10 of his favorites than openly, than is the custom of the country and the desire of the people. By nature, incompatible with the English image of a monarch, James I was, except for a small ring of friends, an alien in his own kingdom, and became even more so in the second half of his reign. This alienation offered Spain an opportunity. Ambassador Gondomar, a much better chess player than James, commiserated with the British king over his troubles with Parliament, and their close friendship was deeply resented by the English aristocracy, who held a special hatred for the Spaniard and used Gondomar's delicate intestinal condition to mock him as a stereotypical windy Spanish brigadier. But Gondomar's craftiness was not underestimated, as he was blamed for nearly all of James's unpopular decrees. In a satirical political play about the proposed marriage between Prince Charles I of England and the Spanish princess, entitled A Game at Chess, the brilliant English playwright Thomas Middleton based his leading antagonist, the cunning Black Knight, on Count Gondomar. The play was presented 10 times in 1624 to sell out crowds at the Globe Theatre before the Spanish ambassador complained, and the King's Privy Council suppressed it and arrested Middleton. Though hissed by the English as the personification of the sinister Mediterranean villain Count Gondomar as James's chief counselor, which is essentially what the Spaniard became during his terms in England, deserves the credit for the success of England's peace with Spain at a critical moment in the birth of the British Empire and English North America. He was not, however, motivated by humanitarianism. His monarch, Philip III, desired peace with England because English privateers could not be restrained any other way from looting the Spanish Empire's vessels. The Count had also served Spain as a military officer, actively repelling English and Dutch privateering fleets 3 times when Elizabeth still ruled England. A tough, fierce nationalist and militant Catholic sectarian, Gondomar could be vengeful and was. And in the case of the privateer Sir Walter Raleigh, not inclined to leniency when his enemy was within his grasp. Dangling the Spanish marriage proposal before James, Gondomar controlled the throne of England. Among those most apprehensive about the direction in which King James seemed to be taking the country were the English Puritans, who strongly opposed anything that hinted of conciliation with Rome. A growing force to be reckoned with in Parliament, the Puritan movement was then actively engaged in stripping the Anglican Church of Papist trappings. James's open courting of Catholics was as outrageous to them as his commissioned mask of blackness. English Puritans opposed theatricals of all kinds because London playhouses were then dens of drunkenness, violence, robbery, and vice, frequented by prostitutes who openly engaged their trade during intermission, or if the play was a flop, even before. It is therefore ironic that an actor who drank and frolicked would become the greatest Puritan champion of the day, making his debut in Mask of Blackness in 1605, along with his young wife, was 19-year-old Robert Rich II, the teenage son of Baron Robert and Lady Penelope Rich, who had since divorced. Young Rich would again appear in blackface in Ben Jonson's play Mask of Beauty in 1608, which, as a delayed sequel to Mask of Blackness, again featured the Daughters of Niger. Portraying African torchbearers, Robert Rich and his comrades were, according to drama historian Ronald Bain, chosen out of the best and most ingenious youth of the kingdom, noble and others. At the end of a mask, the actors would customarily step forward and remove their disguises to reveal themselves to the surprised applause of their aristocrat peers. But in Mask of Blackness, this was impossible because their disguises were painted on. This fit the young man who would one day masquerade as one of King James's favorites while secretly pillaging Spanish ships in violation of James's treaty. In the beginning, there was little to suggest that Robert Rich II would amount to much more than a spoiled playboy. His immensely wealthy father owned England's largest private fleet, and the elder Rich's success gave young Rich leisure to engage in hunting, sailing, tilting, a jousting sport on horseback, the theater, poetry, and the decadent pursuits of the privileged upper class. He attended Cambridge before becoming an undergraduate of Emmanuel College in 1603, and there deservedly gained a notorious reputation for womanizing, dueling, and drinking, none of the habits generally associated with the Puritans, of whom he would one day become leader. But as his contemporary Arthur Wilson had observed, young Rich was also an ardent patriot with a sober side. Though Rich had all those excellent endowments of body and fortune that gave splendor to a glorious court, yet he used it but as his recreation. For his spirit aimed at more public adventures, planting colonies in the Western world rather than himself in the king's favor. From the Devereux family on his mother's side, Robert inherited his dark looks, courtly connections, and appreciation of fine art. From his father's side, he had inherited incredible wealth and from both a double portion of audacity or caucasity. Rich's father, who had gained his fortune as a privateer during the reign of Elizabeth, was an early investor in the Virginia Company of London's colony of Jamestown. His son followed in his footsteps, overseeing the colony's affairs from England through such agents as his kinsman, Sir Nathaniel Rich, and his business manager, Maurice Thompson. Lord Delaware, Shakespeare's patron Lord Southampton, and young Rich, who in 1619 was to become the second Earl of Warwick, were the three most socially prominent investors in the Jamestown venture in the first 2 decades of the colony's life. Though through his mother's connections, Rich was a favorite in James's inner court, he began to champion Puritan radicals and religious and political dissidents to the king's displeasure. The puzzle of the young rake's peculiar affinity for Puritans has never been explained satisfactorily by the great number of worthy English scholars and historians of the past 3 centuries who have noted it. Rich was described by his own kinsman, the Duke of Manchester, as a Puritan sailor of very unpuritanical manners. Part of the explanation for his mysterious relationship as an aristocrat with the Republican-minded Puritans likely lies in his necessary close contact with them. Many of the lords and wealthy gentry who were most prominent in financing the earliest American colonial ventures were Puritans, and their working partnerships with him may explain his sympathies for them, as well as his protection of the persecuted religious dissidents who frequently peopled their colonies. But business relationships alone do not completely explain why Rich would take such an extraordinary leadership role as a Republican in the English Civil War a few decades later. For Rich, the basis of his ideological opposition to the absolutism of King James, who highly favored the Rich family, made him a lord and promoted his brother Henry to the prestigious position of captain of the Royal Guard and later to the earldom of Holland, was the English aristocracy's lingering resentment against King Henry VIII for his cruel treatment of his noble-born wives while attempting to obtain a male heir for the continuance of the Tudor dynasty. Robert Rich's grandmother was Lettice Knollys, a cousin of the unfortunate Anne Boleyn, beheaded by her husband Henry. This displeasure with the Piccadillys of royalty among certain members of the English aristocracy, who were also frequently the aristocrats financing American colonies, bred in them a liberal tolerance for rebels and republicanism. Calvinist Puritans, as a logical conclusion of their doctrine of the individual's direct relationship with and responsibility to God, insisted that civil and ecclesiastical rulers must be subject to law. Robert Rich, the very unpuritanical Puritan, was thus a political Puritan rather than a religious Puritan. King James intensely disliked Puritans and would hound them throughout his reign. Puritans, warned James, wanted parity, not purity. In a letter to Anglican Archbishop William Laud, who was the king's henchman in persecuting religious dissenters, Lord Conway described the later roles of Robert and his brother Henry Rich. The Earl of Warwick, Robert Rich, is the temporal head of the Puritans, and the Earl of Holland, Henry Rich, is their spiritual, or rather the one is their visible and the other their invisible head. Robert Rich, as an English Jaga, would earn the firm confidence of Puritans and dissenters such as the Pilgrim Separatists, some of whom he hid from the king on his own estate at Lay's Prairie in Essex. Commenting on Rich's significant role leading up to the English Civil War, Lord Clarendon portrayed the second Earl of Warwick as a man of a pleasant and companionable wit in conversation, of an unusual jollity, and such a license in his words and in his actions that a man of less virtue could not be found, so that one might reasonably have believed that a man so qualified would not have been able to have contributed much to the overthrow of a nation and a kingdom. But with all these faults, he had great authority and credit with the people, who in the beginning of the troubles did all the mischief, and by opening his doors and making his house the rendezvous of all the silenced ministers, in the time when there was authority to silence them, and by being present with them at their devotions and making himself merry with them, he became the head of that party and got the style of a godly man. Rich was aware of Gondomar's thinly veiled attempt to return England to the Catholic fold and to limit English ventures in the Americas. Given the papal decree to Spain at the Treaty of Tordesillas as a Protestant and a patriot, he regarded Spain as England's most dangerous foreign enemy, and exploiting King James's ambition to colonize abroad, would seek a base in America from which to attack Spain without the king's knowledge. According to historian Wesley Craven, to Rich, the spoiling of Spanish commerce was a legitimate, honorable, and patriotic part of his commercial interests. He considered the use of colonies as a base for such activities a reasonable privilege belonging to one who had invested heavily in their establishment, and partly for this reason, he regarded the more southern colonies as of the greatest value. He attempted to divert the Puritan migration to the Caribbean area and led in the work of the Providence Island Company its settlement of the Mosquito Coast, becoming in the 1630s the most famous pirates base in the West Indies. And he undertook single-handed the settlement of Trinidad and Tobago. When at the outbreak of the Civil War in 1642, Parliament commissioned him Lord High Admiral, his fame as an enemy of Spain had become so great that his preparations of the royal fleet were viewed with sincere alarm by the Spanish ambassador, for fear that his real intent might be some attack on Spanish America. In fact, he did in that year send another fleet of his own with 1,100 men, who for 3 years scoured the West Indies for plunder, attacked and held for ransom important towns, and even captured and held for a year the colony of Jamaica. All of this would come later in Rich's career. The very first evidence of his future conflict with the Stuarts began to emerge in 1612 in his involvement with the struggling new colony of Jamestown, Virginia. Robert Rich was only 26 when, in looking after his Virginia interests, in September 1612, he dispatched a man of war to supply the then 5-year-old Jamestown settlement. The 100-ton treasurer ship would play a major role in the survival of the young colony before, 7 years later, directly causing the dissolution of the Virginia Company. On the 1612 voyage, the vessel carried 62 settlers and a commission from the shareholders of the Virginia Company of London to expel foreign intruders. The Great Charters of Virginia and Northern Virginia, later known as New England, at the time stretched almost the entire length of the eastern seaboard of North America, thus placing Jamestown in fierce competition with the French in Canada, the Dutch at New Amsterdam, later New York, and the Spanish in Florida. Although leased to the Virginia Company of London, the treasurer was co-owned by young Robert Rich and his cousin, Thomas West, Lord Delaware, who was governor for life of Virginia, though he preferred to live in England. In command of this warship of 14 cannons and 16 musketeers was another of Rich's cousins, Samuel Argall. Seeking his fortune and a knighthood, the bold Argall, as captain of the treasurer, would in 3 years destroy French settlements in Canada, force loyalty from the Dutch at New York, attack Spanish ships, and discover a shorter northern course between England and America that would increase Jamestown's profitability. However, the treasurer's first expedition after arriving in Jamestown was to sail up the Nansemond River to intimidate Algonquian natives and steal their corn. The Werowance king of the Algonquin Pamunkey peoples, Powhatan, unlike Alfonso I in Angola a century earlier, resented Europeans and, regarding the Jamestown settlers as a potential commercial, political, and military threat, did not embrace the religion they brought. Powhatan had inherited a kingdom to which he had recently added, through military conquest, a number of lesser Algonquian kingdoms to form a small empire that he had not yet fully secured when the English first arrived in 1606. Powhatan desired English beads, axes, and guns, but he was more concerned that the Europeans would aid his conquered enemies around Chesapeake. Therefore, he soon determined to chase away the white interlopers, even as they built Fort James in his domain in 1607. Beginning in 1609, Powhatan besieged Jamestown with a constant blockade. By the time Captain Argall and the treasurer appeared in 1612, the disillusioned colonists were ready to pack up and return to England en masse. It was the period at Jamestown known as the Starving Time, during which an alarming number of English settlers died from arrows, hunger, disease, and Spanish sabotage, leaving only a few dozen survivors. The timely arrival of Rich's warship not only allowed them to hang on, but also let them take the offensive. Argall ended Powhatan's siege by committing a famous kidnapping. After returning from the Nansemond raid, he took the treasurer up the Rappahannock River to acquire more corn. It was on this voyage in January 1613 that he learned from Werowance-Japazaws of the Potawatomis that a daughter of Powhatan's was visiting nearby. Young Pocahontas was familiar to the English of Jamestown from visits she had made to the settlement before Captain John Smith departed for England after being injured in a gunpowder explosion, but she had ceased coming when her father gave her in marriage to an Algonquian captain, Cocoam, in another part of his empire. So, despite what the Americans or Disney made you believe, she actually did marry Mary Cocoam from the movie. So, realizing the prize at hand, Captain Argall bribed Japazaws with a copper kettle to entice Pocahontas to tour Rich's treasurer. Now, just think about all these little intricate details that they're showing you of why people ended up in slavery. Tea kettles, beads, jewels. Anyway, realizing the prize at hand, Captain Argall bribed Japazaws with a copper kettle to entice Pocahontas to tour Rich's treasurer, the boat. The scheme worked, and once she was on board, Argall locked Pocahontas in the ship's cabin, informing her that she was his hostage for the ransoming of so many Englishmen as were prisoners of Powhatan. He took her back to the colony on the Treasurer and placed her in the custody of Deputy Governor Thomas Dale. With the daughter of their chief enemy as prisoner, the English settlers of Jamestown demanded a treaty. Powhatan relented and attacks on the fort ceased, though a lasting peace was never established. In the following months of her captivity, Pocahontas converted to Christianity, took the name Rebecca, and married one of the English settlers in Jamestown. He was the recently widowed John Rolfe, lately of Bermuda. Rolfe's tobacco had not yet turned the colony around, and Jamestown was costing its investors more money than it was making. At that point in time, Jamestown's future looked bleak. The company had sent John Smith and his men to Chesapeake Bay in 1606 to find gold and a river route to the South Sea. Neither was discovered, and investors began searching for a profitable reason to stay. Sassafras, lumber, furs, anything that could be traded abroad. In London, some of the colony's shareholders were beginning to default on their financial pledges. In 1616, the Virginia Company financed a voyage to bring John Rolfe and Pocahontas with their young son Thomas, plus a dozen other Algonquian natives, to England to convince the public that whites and natives were getting along and to promote the colony as a solid investment. In truth, relations between Jamestown and Powhatan were barely tolerable. The Pocahontas tour was a propaganda blitz to obscure bad news coming from the colony, to encourage investors to stay on board, and to persuade reluctant Englishmen to migrate to Jamestown. They sailed on the Treasurer. The trip was great success. During her captivity, Pocahontas had been instructed in religion by educated ministers in Jamestown, as well as in courtly manners by certain dissolute sons of nobility exiled to Virginia, and not at all the stereotypical native nature child as portrayed today, she was eager to learn. Her poised Europeanized conduct as Lady Rebecca, along with her Christian conversation, was presented as proof that natives could be civilized. And she created a sensation in London that far exceeded the company's expectations. Introduced to King James at court by Lord Delaware, Pocahontas attended, among other diversions, 2 winter masques with the king and played cards with Queen Anne. From what would later unfold, it is clear now that in England, in the summer of 1616, Robert Rich met with Argyle and Rolfe to concoct a scheme to turn the colony of Jamestown into a pirate base from which to secretly launch the man-of-war Treasurer against Spanish and Portuguese merchant ships in the West Indies, in the outlawed tradition of grand old Elizabethan privateers. Discretion was required, for at that time King James was in sensitive negotiations with the King of Spain to have Prince Charles I marry Philip III's daughter, Maria. To give the treasurer a thin coat of legitimacy in this highly illegal undertaking, Rich had secretly bribed Scarnafisi, an agent of the Catholic Duke of Savoy in Italy, to provide him with a letters of marque permitting him to attack Spanish ships. Savoy at that time was engaged in a war against Spain and was frantically seeking money to purchase arms. To get around the Stuart Treaty with Spain, many English ex-privateers surreptitiously acquired such marks or privateering licenses from foreign princes engaged in wars against Spain. The English were addicted to piracy more than were any other European nation except the Dutch, because England had so little to trade. Asia and India had no need for wool, which was the only thing the Britons had in abundance. England actually set out to find a northwest passage with the hope that it would lead to markets for its wool in colder countries. Piracy was tempting in a dirt-poor island nation with a surplus, thanks to Elizabeth, of big guns and fast ships. Moreover, English privateers of the Elizabethan era regarded raids on Spanish and Portuguese ships and settlements not only as personally profitable, but as their civic and religious duties on behalf of God, their Protestant religion, and their country. One of the first unpopular acts of James was becoming king in 1603 was to lock up the dangerous privateer Sir Walter Raleigh in the Tower of London on a weak accusation of treason. Raleigh, a national hero in England, was also a friend and employee of the Rich family, and this association would eventually threaten Robert Rich's pirate plans for Jamestown. By outlawing privateering against Spain, James's 1604 peace treaty motivated English lords and merchants previously engaged as pirates to seek other means of gaining wealth. Hence the chartering. Mere months after the fragile cessation of hostilities between the two leading Catholic and Protestant countries, of what would prove to be the first successful English colony in America, Jamestown, Robert Rich led all Englishmen both in investing in new American colonies and in creating global trading companies, even while he also continued to secretly mastermind unlawful anti-Spanish pirate raids. 3 years before becoming the second Earl of Warwick, young Rich, in the traditional of his father and grandfather, by 1616 had already put together a superb organization of merchants, politicians, accountants, financiers, spies, propagandists, pamphleteers, explorers, musketeers, sailors, mercenaries, and pilots that he employed in legitimate ventures as well as schemes that violated the Spanish treaty. All this he was doing under the king's nose while keeping his head safely attached to his shoulders. As the English historian Samuel Rawson Gardiner wrote, if there was one thing upon which King James prided himself, it was his hatred of piracy. Yet Rich coolly and deliberately did what was far worse than anything perpetrated by Raleigh under the strongest possible temptation. Rich's success was due in part to the multi-layered network of agents he organized around him, something Sir Raleigh never rivaled. But Rich kept his head because of the great affection of the king and queen for his mother, Lady Penelope, who had boldly supported them in the Essex affair at the risk of her own life. While Rich, Rolfe, and Argyle plotted piracy in the summer of 1616, King James, ignoring the protests of Spain, released Walter Raleigh from the Tower of London after 12 years to pursue a phantom. While in prison, the agent privateer had convinced James's son, Prince Henry, that he could find the Spaniards' long-sought fabled city of El Dorado and its valuable gold mines in the South American region of Guyana, now part of Venezuela. Raleigh, with Rich's help, was gathering the expedition in 1616 while Pocahontas and John Rolfe were in England. During a business visit to London, Captain John Smith, who managed a short reunion with Pocahontas, learned of the El Dorado expedition. According to Smith, Raleigh, before returning from Guyana on a previous unsuccessful voyage to find the Golden City in 1597, during Elizabeth's reign, had left behind his trusty servant, Francis Sparrow. Is that Jack Sparrow from the Caribbean? Interesting. Who, wandering up and down those countries some 14 or 15 years, unexpectedly returned to England. I have heard him say he was led blinded into this city by Indians. That's just definitely Jack Sparrow from the Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm sorry, I be having to write notes down while I'm reading, y'all. I'm a nerd. Okay. Okay. Captain Smith, who had come to London to propose planting a new colony north of Virginia, derided Raleigh's venture to Guyana, noting that the Spaniards themselves had launched more than 20 expeditions into the Amazon forest to find El Dorado without success. King James, however, urgently needed money, and Captain Smith's sensible but lackluster plan to monopolize codfish could not compete with Raleigh's dazzling assurances of a city of gold. This was one of the rare times when even the Spanish ambassador Gondomar could not sway the king. Parliament's refusal to raise taxes had placed James on a miserly budget, and burdened with mounting bills, he was in a mood to gamble that Sir Raleigh could find El Dorado and eliminate the entire royal debt in one voyage. James let Raleigh sail, though he sternly warned him to leave Spain's Guyana settlements in peace. As one of Raleigh's key investors and also a political leader of the Puritan movement, Robert Rich was keenly interested in the expedition to Guyana, though not for the phantom city of gold. Trees, not El Dorado, attracted Rich to the venture. The Amazon forest of Guyana were said to flourish with logwood timber from which was extracted valuable red dye for wool cloth. Robert Rich believed Guyana could be profitably settled with English separatists, specifically the Pilgrim cloth makers who had fled to Holland to avoid King James's persecution. Though heavily involved in Raleigh's Guyana venture, Rich did not drop his buccaneering plans for Virginia. He characteristically kept many irons in the fire. After plotting the Jamestown piracy scheme with Argall and Rolfe, he used his considerable influence with the Virginia Company in the autumn of 1616 to request the shareholders appoint his two friends to the highest administrative offices in Jamestown. Rich wanted the company to name Argall deputy governor of Virginia and Rolfe to be made the colony's secretary recorder. Both positions were critical to the piracy scheme. Ships could not dock at Jamestown without the governor's permission, and the colony's secretary recorder was responsible for logging all ships arriving and departing, as well as recording their cargo. Unless he controlled these two key offices, Rich could not run his pirate ships with their stolen Spanish booty in and out of Jamestown in secret. The Virginia Company, ecstatic over the wild mania that Pocahontas's appearance had created in London, gladly approved Rich's motions at the Michaelmas meeting of 1616, promoting respectively the man who had kidnapped her and the man who married her to the offices Rich requested. At the time, the other company shareholders had no clue of Rich's piracy scheme and certainly would not have gone along with it for fear that King James would dissolve their charter for North America. By March 1617, newly appointed Deputy Governor Argall, along with Secretary John Rolfe and his wife Pocahontas, was ready to leave London for Virginia on the ship George. But on the day of departure, Pocahontas died suddenly and mysteriously at the London docks at Gravesend. Wind and tide would not wait, and John Rolfe quickly buried his wife in the nearest churchyard before returning to the George hours later for the voyage to Virginia. He probably killed her. On the way, he dropped off their ailing child, Thomas, with Walter Raleigh's cousin, Sir Louis Stukely, in Old Plymouth on the Devonshire coast. Sir Raleigh and his fleet left Devon for Guyana that same month. 6 weeks later, the new deputy governor and secretary recorder for the Virginia colony stepped off the George in Jamestown to take office. While the George had been preparing to leave England in March, Lord Rich had placed a new captain, Daniel Elfrith, in charge of his corsair treasurer. Elfrith outfitted the ship for war and arrived in Jamestown soon after the George. Governor Argall immediately put Lord Rich's covert piracy scheme in action, announcing publicly that he was sending the treasurer to Cape Cod to catch fish for the colony. Argall instead manned the ship with a crew of experienced musketeers trained for sea service, provisioned her, and sent her off to raid Spanish targets in the West Indies. Later that year, Governor Argall warned curious settlers to stay away from the treasurer when she returned to Jamestown after plundering the Spanish, posting a public edict, "None to go aboard ye ship now at Jamestown without ye governor's leave." Meanwhile, in the Caribbean, Robert Rich's other venture was in trouble. Sir Raleigh's fleet, after several weeks prowling along the South American coastline, had reluctantly concluded what John Smith already knew. There was no El Dorado in Guyana. As Raleigh considered his next move, dreading to report to King James that the expensive expedition was a bust, one of the fleet's captains, against Raleigh's orders, attacked a small, meaningless Spanish town, St. Thomas, in South America. Raleigh's son was killed in the action, and the English were repulsed. In London, upon receiving preliminary news of the attack against St. Thomas, the opportunistic Count Gondomar sought an audience with King James, according to the contemporary historian James Howell, claiming that he only had one word to say to him. The king wondered what could be delivered in one word, whereupon when he came before him, he said, "Pirates, pirates, pirates," and so departed. In the summer of 1618, Raleigh's luckless Guyana fleet returned home and into a storm of official condemnation. Hoping to at least salvage the Spanish marriage proposal, King James, at Gondomar's insistence, again clapped Raleigh in the Tower of London and demanded the death penalty for him. Meanwhile, Count Gondomar's spies had heard rumors that Rich's corsair treasurer was now performing raids out of Jamestown. Suspicious of the young nobleman and emboldened by his success in getting Raleigh's death sentence, the Spanish ambassador began to seek evidence to implicate his wealthy patron, Robert Rich. But Spain's Black Knight would find the young Puritan chieftain a more formidable opponent than Raleigh. Even as Sir Raleigh faced the axe for piracy in 1618 and Gondomar was closing in, Rich coolly prepared the treasurer for a second pirate raid from London to Jamestown and onward to the Spanish West Indies. This time, her stolen prize would be determined by a terrible battle being fought far away in Angola. An actor who played a blackamoor coming to the British Empire in 1605, rich in real life, was about to become instrumental in bringing the first Africans to Britain's first American colony in 1619 as the king of the English pirates. So I do want to finish this book, but this video is probably going to be 5 hours long. So I'm just going to go ahead and touch on what I was originally trying to do. Sorry, I get carried away when I get to reading because I feel like you need the information. So the next book that I will be reading from, I'm not going to read the whole book. I'm going to bounce around to different areas of the women and what the women were doing in some of these Native American tribes. And what I want you to remember again, that we were whited out. A lot of the pictures that I show, a lot of the different nations, you're not really going to understand who you're looking at because they've taken people's cultures and they've mixed everything up. So we're going to have to go and break every single thing down to get a clear understanding. Because remember, the Holy Spirit brings all truth, and that's what we're trying to get to, all truth. So let me just pull. Okay, so this is the book, The World of the American Indian. Remember this. Get off. Get off. Okay, so I'm going to start on page 53. And this is talking about across an Arctic bridge. Man discovers America not with pomp and proclamation, but with the tramp of wandering feet on tundra that once was seafloor. No pioneering zeal spurred these ancestral Indians. A quest for game probably lured hunting families from Siberia onto a land link with Alaska millenniums ago. Today, the seas roil again over the place where the Indians' saga began. Move on to the next photo. Okay, so the picture on the screen, as life depended on corn and corn on rain, so the Anasazi depended on the gods to bestow summer's rains on the thirsty lands they farmed. Modern man can only guess at the rites that unfolded in scores of kivas. Accounts from historic times and the evidence of archaeology guided the artist's hand in shaping this glimpse into a ritual for rain and fertility 7 centuries ago. Much in the rite focuses on rain. Gourd rattles imitate its pattering sound. Fringed sashes around the dancer's waist suggest the look of falling torrents. Sprigs of spruce symbolize rain's green blessing on the land. A fire casts warmth and light, shielded by a stone slab from an air shaft behind. A roof hole lets smoke out participants and invited guests in. No women share the secret solemnity of this rite, but at other times they may enter to bring food, witness special rituals, and even join in. Between ceremonies, the men may sit on the hard clay floor to spin, weave, and gossip, or stretch out for a night's sleep in this workshop, club, ritual center, and occasional bachelor dormitory. And now I want to go a little deeper and find out who the Anasazi were. So the Anasazi Indians, also known as the ancient people, are the ones that historians and researchers give credit to for the fascinating cliff pueblos found throughout the Four Corners area of what is now Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. The ancestral Puebloans, who were an ancient Native American culture that spanned the present-day Four Corners region of the United States, comprising southeastern Utah, northeastern Arizona, northwestern New Mexico, and southwestern Colorado. So some believe the history of the Anasazi began 6500 to 1200 BC, approximately, in what is known as the Archaic period. It marks the pre-Anasazi culture with the arrival of small groups of desert nomads in the Four Corners region, the intersection of present-day New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Colorado. Are the Anasazi still alive today? The Anasazi, or ancient ones who once inhabited southwest Colorado and west central New Mexico, did not mysteriously disappear, said University of Denver Professor Dean Syada at Tuesday's Fort Morgan Museum Brown Bag lunch program. The Anasazi, Syada said, live today as the Rio Grande, Pueblo, Hopi, and Zuni Indians. Okay. Let me get the next photo up here. These are just some different structures that Native Americans built. The next one might be really familiar to some. When looking in antiquity and what is it? I can't remember. Moving on. Staring out of a vanished past, 2-foot-high marble images seem to dream of days when advanced societies constructed mounds for ritual and burial all over the East. They turned their backs to several of Georgia's Etowah mounds, where they were entered some 500 years ago. Painted in red, white, green, and black, portraits perhaps of the man and woman whose log tomb they shared. In the East, the living was good and the archaic sites are many. They have yielded dozens of radiocarbon dates ranging all the way from 8,000 to 1,000 BC or a little later. And they tell the same story of seasonal harvest from an abundance of choices and of a gradual shift from wandering to a more settled life. All the sites were along rivers or large creeks, or on quiet coastal waters where mussels, fish, turtles, and fowl provided an inexhaustible larder. Wooded bottomlands added a wealth of plant and animal fare. In a few eastern caves and cliffs shelters, we have found basketry, woven sandals, fur robes, mats, and other perishables. But usually the caves were damp and preservation was no better than in the open. Even so, we know a great deal about the Eastern archaic life and its seasonal rhythms. The Riverton community of eastern Illinois and western Indiana, for example, centered around a winter settlement where diggers found evidence of permanent houses, domestic chores, and food storage. Up and down the Wabash River, summer base camps, spring and autumn transient camps, and short-term special use camps were discovered. Tools and food scrap told the story of each. At their winter home, the Riverton people hunted deer and turkeys. My grandfather, as well as my uncle, loved hunting deer. At spring camp, they concentrated on turtles. At the summer site, they dined on turtles and venison. And at autumn camp, they brought down waterfowl. From Indian Knoll, a 2-acre site on an old channel of the Green River in Kentucky, came the greatest bonanza of Eastern archaic artifacts. 55,000 items from a single dig by Dr. William S. Webb of the University of Kentucky. His crews found flint tools by the thousand, river pearls and ornaments of shell, awls of bone and basket making, delicate bone fish hooks, rattles of tortoise shells filled with pebbles, stone slabs with dimples for cracking nuts, even bone pins for the hair or for holding skin cloaks together. The varied possessions of a people with roots sunk in the land, and a generous land that left them with time for leisure, arts, and ceremony. Now, in the land that we live in, it's just a constant, everyday hustle and bustle. Doing something all day that really, you can't really connect with the land. You can't really connect with your creator because you're constantly distracted. So perhaps with time to think, these peoples of 3000 BC began to ponder death. For here, flexed in round, well-like grave shafts or stretched out under shallow surface mounds, Webb found nearly 900 skeletons, many with offerings and ornaments, and most with a residue of red ochre that had been smeared on the body. Even 21 small dogs were found in graves like those of humans. Only in graves were the rattles found, and we must guess at the rituals that saw them placed there. But of the celebrants, there can be no doubt they were a wiry people of medium height with fine bones, long, high vaulted heads, and broad cheeks, altogether a handsome group, yet lacking some of the physical attributes of the modern Indian. Though a few men with good luck might live past 70 years, their women usually died at about 30 after a life of chores and childbearing. We'll get into that later on. Okay. And moving forward. An Indian metropolis. Across the Mississippi from St. Louis, motorists passed Monk's Mound above, tilled by Trappists in the early 1800s. Few envisioned the city that surrounded in the 12th century, an urban center with clustered housing, rigid social strata, and specialists in the arts. Cahokia, crown jewel of the Mississippian culture, sprawled along Cahokia Creek for miles, and boasted perhaps 20,000 residents in its heyday. Some built clay and pole homes inside a 15-foot stockade, rebuilding on the ashes of the old home if sparks from cooking fires ignited. Rebuilding on the ashes of the old home if sparks from cooking fires ignited its thatched roof. On fertile lands outside, farmers with flint hoes pampered corn, beans, and squash. Hunters bagged deer, ducks, geese, swans. Fishermen worked lakes and streams. Canoes brought raw materials and bore the artisans' wares afar. Life focused on the Great Mound, its 16-acre base surrounding that of Egypt's Great Pyramid. From its 100-foot summit, chiefs gazed across a plaza to a truncated pyramid where nobles were prepared for burial in a conical knoll nearby. The Great Mound, some 700 by 1,000 feet, is not even partly a natural hill. Thousands of laborers without wheels or draft animals built it by the basketful in at least 14 stages between AD 900 and 1100. Mounds by the score held temples, burials, homes of the elite. One yielded a noble and 6 slain retainers. Nearby lay 53 women in a mass grave, apparently sent with their master to the afterlife. Diggers also found remains of wood hinges, circles hundreds of feet across, once ringed with massive posts whose alignment with the sun may have told farmers when to sow. Cahokia reached its peak about AD 1200, then faded as nearby centers grew. Eventually, it was abandoned. And this is just another photo of the Mound City. Okay. The next is the Eskimos. the Eskimos of former times, like other Aboriginal people, lived in harmony with the seasons. In the spring, as the sun's rays gathered strength, they hunted seals that came up on the ice to bask. Evil. When the ice broke up, the people of Alaska, Greenland, and the eastern Canadian Arctic stayed near the coast to hunt for seals, whales, and walruses. Other groups, such as the Copper and Netsulik Eskimos of north central Canada, the Copper, let's look them up really quick. They turned inland instead, splitting into small bands to search for caribou. They fished or hunted through summer and well into autumn, when the wandering herds returned to the sparse forests of the south. Let's read this right here. Let's see, the lack. Share my screen right quick. Okay. Okay, the lack of any organization in these communities was characteristically Eskimo. There were no chiefs, no persons in authority. Individuals owned the things they could make for themselves, knives, cooking vessels, etc. But the land was common property, and the food it yielded was shared by all alike. There were no ceremonies at funerals and none at marriage. The latter took place at an early age, but the union was quite unstable until a child was born, when it generally lasted for life. Polygamy was uncommon, partly because males preponderated over females in the population, partly because it was not easy for a hunter to support more than one wife, and polyandry was discouraged because it invariably led to quarrels and murder, thereby instigating new blood feuds. A subdued tone of uneasiness pervaded every community because of these constantly recurring blood feuds, which, here as elsewhere, constituted the foulest blot on Eskimo social life, in conjunction with the practice of infanticide, especially of girl babies, and the hazards of life generally. It effectively counterbalanced a fairly high birth rate, the fecundity of the Copper Eskimos being no less apparently than that of other races. Very interesting indeed. And back to my book. So, scattered throughout Arctic America are traces of these traditional caribou hunts. Long rows of stones set on edge or piled on top of one another. In some places, a single row runs along a ridgetop. At other places, two rows converge, forming a huge V. The upturned stones, vaguely resembling human forms, acted as scarecrows to frighten caribou and were known as Inukuit, likenesses of men. Near the Perry River, one spring I met an old hunter who described hunts of his youth that made use of these cairns. Whenever caribou were sighted, he said, women and children crept behind the animals and drove them into the open end of the V, funneling them toward the hunters' sealed-in shallow pits where the roads came together. Or if the drive ended at a lake or stream, kayakers ambushed the animals as they swam. In this way, the old hunter said it was possible to kill several animals at a time. As autumn waned, hunters who had gone inland returned to the coast. Women sold new clothing, men fished or retrieved food caches, and by January, groups of 100 or more people gathered on the sea ice to build their snow house villages. Here, they would spend the winter hunting seals at breathing holes or walruses along floe edges. Until recently, Eskimos lived almost entirely on meat and fat, much of it eaten raw, hence their name, Eskimo, which derives from an Algonquian word meaning eaters of raw meat. But at least once a day they ate cooked meat, boiled in a rich broth. Many Eskimos today prefer to be called Inuit, the word for people in dialects of Greenland, Canada, and northern Alaska. In the beginning, according to one myth, there was nothing, no light, no animals, no Inuit. There was once a world before this, an Igloolik, woman told Rasmussen, but the pillars of the earth collapsed and all was destroyed, and the world was emptiness. Then two men grew up from a hummock of earth. They were born and fully grown all at once, and they wished to have children. A magic song changed one of them into a woman, and they had children. These were our earliest forefathers. Sounds like some homosexual Gentile stuff. But moving forward, Great Raven believed the people of Alaska created light by throwing dazzling pieces of mica into the sky. The creatures of the ocean are the gift of the great woman who lives on the bottom of the sea. Although her name differs from tribe to tribe, her tale remains essentially the same. Setna, as she was known in the Central Arctic, was a maiden tricked into marriage. Doesn't that sound familiar? All right. So, although some villages had a chief or headman, usually an older hunter with many close relatives, others did not. But even in leaderless communities, an exceptionally wise or gifted man might be asked to lead a hunt from time to time. Yep, lost my spot. A man was judged by his skill with bow and spear, his courage and indifference to hardship, his respect for parents and kin, and his humility. And if he was willing to share his possessions or the bounty of a hunt, he was highly regarded by all. A woman was gauged by many of the same traits, as well as by her ability to bear children and her domestic skills. She cooked and sewed, raised children, and prepared the skins her husband brought home. A man is the hunter his wife makes him. Greenlanders say, for without proper clothing, no man can long endure the bitter cold. The wife also shared the heavier work, making and breaking camp, hauling a sledge, or backpacking to a new encampment. Children brought pride and joy to their parents. Although groups such as the Copper and Netsulik Eskimos sometimes practice female infanticide, Cruel environment forced such measures, for food often was scarce, and a girl was likely to marry and move away, just as she had mastered the household art. But a boy might be expected to become a hunter, and as such would provide for his parents in their old age. Eskimo children were raised with patience and understanding. The parents, writes Burkitt Smith, surround them with the deepest affection, give them the best pieces of food to eat, make toys for them, and in their games, teach them their coming work. Moving on to the next page. Rigid rules about hereditary status and marriage bound Natchez society. Members of the nobility, both men and women, had to choose their spouses from among the stinkers. Even the great son himself had to marry a commoner. Offspring of a noble mother took her rank, but those of a noble father were born into the next lower one. Thus, children of a son father and stinkered mother would be nobles. Those of a noble would be honored men, and of an honored man, stinkers. Progeny of a female son and a stinkered father, however, would remain sons. As a result, the eldest male born of the great son's sister, not the ruler's own son, inherited the throne. Reckoning heritage on the mother's side, as did the Natchez and other matrilineal societies, made at least half the parentage sure, a fact most certain. Tribesmen explained to a contemporary Frenchman, since the womb cannot lie. And giving stinkers a way of rising into honored ranking provided an incentive for daring in battle, plus exemption from having to marry a son, with its attendant complication of ritual strangulation on the death of a spouse. Whoa. Natchez tribesmen tattooed their bodies. Men plucked beards with muscle-shelled tweezers. Women blackened their teeth by chewing ashes. In summer, they wore merely a piece of cloth or skin with which they conceal what ought not to be concealed. Or they conceal what ought to be concealed. And in winter, donned skin robes or cloaks made from turkey feathers. Men hunted deer, bear, and other game. Women carried the kill home. But bounteous crops of maize, beans, and squash made the Natchez a nation of farmers, working fields with mattocks made from hickory or shoulder blades of bison. Natchez houses had thatched roofs and walls made of poles plastered with mud. Their villages had a broad square with the chief's house and a temple facing each other across the expanse. Both structures stood atop large mounds built by tribesmen carrying basket loads of earth. At daybreak, the great sun went to the temple, blew tobacco smoke to greet the rising of his elder brother, then, with a wave of his hand, showed the direction he must take in his course. Disease, tribal wars, and clashes with the French thinned the Natchez ranks. Finally, in retaliation for an attack on a white settlement, the French in 1731 destroyed the Natchez villages, sold even the great son and his family into Caribbean slavery. The sprinkling of survivors melded with nearby tribes, thus disappeared a notable remnant of the ancient Temple Mound culture, a tribe whose towns and ceremonies and social hierarchy hint strongly of influences from Mexico. And the picture is the the manner of their fishing. In a score of paintings, John White, who as governor of the Raleigh colony went back to England for supplies in 1587 and escaped his countrymen's fate, carefully recorded Tidewater Indians of North Carolina. His scenes portray ways typical of Algonquian tribes over much of the Northeast. Often his paintings are composites, cataloging activities rather than specific events. Here he shows Algonquian fishermen using paddles to propel dugout canoes, boating their catch with multi-pronged spear and dip net, attracting fish at night with a fire blazing on a clay hearth amid ships. In the shallows, Indians set wires and spear fish with long rods pointed with prickles of fishes. Coastal peoples also gathered clams, mussels, and other shellfish and took shad in great store for sweetness and fatness, a reasonable good fish. Sitting at meat. This is one of my favorites. Sitting at meat. John White's illustrations supply keys to the past that the enduring bones and artifacts of archaeological digs cannot. The appearance of things made from perishable skins or feathers or wood, and the way people looked, dressed, acted. Little is known about White, yet no other early artist has left so full a record from which to read the Aboriginal culture of a group of Indians. His watercolor of the village of Seacotan, probably located on the banks of the Pamlico River near the present Bonnerton, North Carolina, limns an entire agricultural season from corn, newly sprung, in individual hills to fully grown stalks. In a shelter erected among the ripe corn sat a watchman who made continual cries and noise to shrew away fowls and beasts. 16th century engravings based on White's drawings, with notes by a scientist accompanying the Raleigh colonists, elaborate on the scenes. They show plots of pumpkins and tobacco. Coastal Algonquians also grew sunflowers, making bread and soup from the seeds, and collected such plants as amaranth, whose leaves made a vegetable and whose ashes yielded salt. Houses Tidewater Indians built along village streets had pole frameworks covered by bark or by mats made of rushes, usually the stalks of cattail. The mats could be rolled up to give light and air. In his painting, White omitted some of the matting to reveal hard-packed dirt floors and platforms used for lounging and sleeping. He shows people hunting, walking a path to the river from whence they fetch their water eating. They solemnize their feasts in the night, and therefore they keep very great fires to avoid darkness. The couple squatting on a mat illustrates his reliability. Artists of this early period often gave Indians a European look. White's bent-legged dinners have a decidedly non-European posture, though one common among other peoples. The wood platter probably holds hominy, corn treated with lye to remove holes, then puffed by boiling. Ground corn also was made into mush, into a soup to which meat might be added, and into bread cooked on hot stones. Game and fish of many kinds abounded to be grilled or smoked on racks. Men wore hair shorn to a roach or cut short on one side, that it might not hinder them by flapping about their bowstring when they draw it to shoot. Women used 2 shells to grate away the hair of any fashion they pleased. Clothes of deerskin might be a loose mantle or breechclout and leggings. The latter, which left hip and thigh bare, were adopted 2 centuries later by young white blades on the Pennsylvania frontier. This nudity in places of public worship, commented an elderly observer recalling his youth, did not add much to the devotion of the young ladies. Here is a picture of what the fire pits looked like. And then how the houses would have looked. Okay. All right, so strange gestures and songs dancing about posts. For Tidewater Algonquians, ceremonial dances seemed a sport, almost as frequent and necessary as their meat and drink. John White painted one such affair with Indians circling stakes topped by carved faces. Similar chiseled posts were built into temples by the Delaware tribe. The countenances suggest masks of the Iroquois false face society, the white man. Both men and women danced, stepping with all the antic postures they can invent. Bodies were painted. Algonquians used plant and mineral pigments mixed with animal fats, and tattooing was practiced. Legs, hands, breasts, and faces cunningly embroidered with diverse works. White also depicted burial customs in a watercolor of the tomb of their chief lords. Ordinary persons were entered, but bodies of chieftains were preserved in a temple guarded by a carved idol. Retainers removed the skin, which they cured by drying and oiling. They picked the flesh from their bones, wrapped the skeleton in leather, then replaced the skin. A guardian priest bedded on hides under the temple. People don't know how to let people die and go back to the earth. Let me just share this screen because it's irritating the life out of me. I'm gonna make it bigger. Of course not. But it's mixing up my pictures. Okay, whatever. Continuing on. Hmm. Okay. So, Haudenosaunee house builders, they called themselves in Seneca. They were Iroquois, and they built great houses of poles covered with slabs of bark. Lacking birch, they used elm for home and canoe. Their rough bark warcraft, upended against a foe's palisade, doubled as scaling ladder. Iroquois longhouses in historic times stood some 20 feet wide and 150 feet long, though older ones of as much as 400 feet have been dug up. They sheltered families in compartments facing each other across shared hearths along the aisle. Ties by blood and marriage on the female side bound longhouse residents. Children were born into the mother's clan, and each longhouse had a clan totem. A French priest in 1666 recorded clan crests above used by the Seneca in common with other Iroquois tribes. They marked houses with such symbols, painted them on trees to tell what war or hunting party had passed. Clans aligned into moieties or halves. 4 clans and an animal, half, 5, and a bird. Moieties drew spouses from each other and had ceremonial duties. And those symbols included the turtle, the wolf, the bear, the beaver, the deer, the wild potato, the large snipe, the small snipe, and the hawk. Come on. And next we will be reading from page 119. This is called The Tree That Sheltered the Longhouse. As soon as I can find my photo, all of my stuff is all mixed up. And I want to put the image up because I want you to take a look at the position that women held during these times. Okay. So, see where I want to start it. Okay, the light bronze of Indians' skins prompted such early chroniclers as Rhode Island's Roger Williams to believe they were born white, but became darkened by the sun and their anointings. New England tribesmen often painted and tattooed their bodies and coated them with fish oil or animal fat for protection against insects or to keep warm in winter. Like their Virginia relatives, they lived in wigwams made of poles bent into an arc and covered with bark or mats, sometimes very little and homely for temporary camps, or as much as 100 feet long for winter dwellings. Decorated mats might line the interior. Skins on raised platforms served as bedding. Clay pots and wooden spoons and bowls made up the few utensils. To the men fell task of clearing the land, shaping the articles from wood and stone, performing brothers with this sorry, performing religious duties, hunting, going to war. At leisure, they sat and smoked, played games, or gambled. Such pursuits, heightened when white dominance of the land deprived the male of his traditional place as hunter and warrior, created the stereotype of the lazy Indian. Until the white man's weapons changed the character of woodland Indian warfare, that combat was more for pastime than to subdue enemies, one Puritan captain reported. Pitched battles between masked tribesmen were rare, casualties relatively few. A display of courage could do as much to end a conflict as wholesale slaughter, and made strategic sense since tribes generally were small in population and couldn't afford heavy losses of manpower. To the women fell the everyday labor of life. The indices might be very comely and generally plump of their bodies, but they spent their days in a constant round of caring for the children, cooking, minding the house, and moving them when the time came, gathering shellfish, tanning skins, and, of course, tending the fields. Agriculture had spread over the continent from an origin in Mexico. The farther north it reached, the less importance it held, and the more important hunting became. In the South, where 2 or 3 crops a year could be grown, farming provided the major part of the sustenance. In New England, tribes were less dependent on maize, and hunting equaled gardening in meeting food needs. So back to the picture. This is an engraving from Joseph Lafitaux's Morris des Savages Americans, the rare book division in New York Public Library. Brothers, with this belt I open your ears that you may hear. I clean the seats of the council house that you may sit at ease. Thus, ceremonial wampum and elaborate protocol opened grand councils of the League of the Iroquois. Fancifully depicted with European pose and classical drapery in a 1724 engraving, its members governed a remarkable union of tribes that for a century held 2 European powers at bay. The League likened itself to the longhouse that knit Iroquois family life. Tribes held adjacent lands south of Lake Ontario at the eastern end of the region. The Mohawk, whose name meant people of the Flint, held the League title Keepers of the Eastern Door. In the west, the Seneca, Great Hill people, were keepers of the Western Door. In the mid-region, the Onondaga on the mountain became keepers of the central fire. Most powerful of the tribes, they filled the major posts. The Cayuga at the landing and the Oneida of the Standing Rock had intermediate positions geographically and in the council. Okay, that's not what I was looking for. But anyway. Okay. So tribes speaking Iroquoian languages range from the Cherokee in the south through the Erie and Susquehanna in Ohio and Pennsylvania to the Huron around Georgian Bay in the north. But the 5 tribes grouped as the Iroquois, the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, held a land across central New York State full of chestnuts and oaks, and passenger pigeons so abundant that in a net 15 or 1600 at once might be taken. The Iroquois lived in bark-covered longhouses flanking the central street of villages ringed by log stockades as tall as 20 feet. A dozen or more families had allotted spaces in each longhouse, a structure likened by an early writer to a noisy prison, with four other great discomforts: cold, heat, smoke, and dogs. Outside the palisades lay fields of all sides of Indian corn, tended by the women, whose childbearing abilities the Iroquois believed were magically associated with the productivity of Mother Earth. As woodland farmers, the Iroquois had agricultural rights tied to such events as the maturing of the corn or the ripening of wild strawberries. As northern hunters, the Iroquois also had shamans with supernatural powers to deal with the spirits. Religion wove itself into every aspect of daily life. Dreams had significance and offered guidance, and often were recounted in a ceremony at the beginning of the year. Through everything ran a forest Mohawks called Orinda, the mystic essence that bound all things, including man. Individuals could accumulate Orinda for inner strength. A shaman had especially powerful Orinda, and members of one tribal society gained Orinda to intercede with the false faces, the white man, grotesque, bodiless beings that roamed the dark forest and bewitched people into illness. The Iroquois woman had a freer, more influential place in the world she lived in than her European counterpart did in hers. Let me read that again. The Iroquois woman had a freer, more influential place in the world she lived in than her European counterpart did in hers. Like many tribes, the Iroquois traced descent on the mother's side. A matriarch ruled each longhouse, and within it, all the women were related. When a girl married, the husband moved, not the wife. Women named the children and raised them. Women owned the houses and belongings and fields to the extent, at least, that anyone could be considered as owning land. Indians all over the continent generally held that tribal terrain was a trust to be used and no more sellable than air. Pull up my next photo. A petite present worked in wampum by Abenaki and Huron converts at Jesuit missions along the St. Lawrence River reposes in Francis Chartres Cathedral. Each little gift inscribed to the Virgin Mother is an elaborate wampum belt, traditional symbol of diplomatic and ceremonial relationships among Northeastern Indians. Both are edged with dyed porcupine quills, the larger, about 6 inches wide and 7 feet long, was presented in 1699, the other in 1678. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Wampum came from shell. White usually from the central column of whelks, purple twice as valuable. From quahog clams. The word itself stems from the Algonquian wampumpiog, cylindrical shell beads. Beds along Narragansett Bay and Long Island Sound were major shell sources. A person could round and drill from 100 to 200 of the quarter-inch beads a day. About 2,000 went into a 2-foot belt. As many as 20 belts might be needed for one ceremony. As the fur trade boomed its use, wampum served more for money and less for ritual. With white mass production, value and usage fell. Of course, with everything that the white man takes over, it turns to dust. All right. So the Iroquois differed from other matrilineal societies in the amount of power women held. Matriarchs chose the chiefs and could depose them. Men held tribal offices and did the speaking, but women exerted real influence behind the scenes. And when a captive was brought home from a raid, women had final say in whether he would be adopted or be put to death by torture. Indian warfare before white contact was as much a ceremony as a deadly business. Though through war, a young man could prove valor and win status. Swift commando raids by small war parties was the usual pattern, wrote a French Jesuit. They come like foxes through the woods. They attack like lions. They take flight like birds. A prisoner taken in a raid faced punishment along the trail to the Iroquois village. Once there, he had to run a gauntlet of women and children wielding sticks, thongs, and branches. If he survived all this bravely, he might be adopted into the tribe by a family that had lost a warrior in battle. The Seneca at one time reportedly counted more aliens than natives in the male population. If marked for death, he faced hours of agony at the hands of enemies who delight to torment men in the most bloody manner. That may be fleeing some alive, cutting off the members and joints of others by piecemeal and broiling on the coals, eat the collops of their flesh in the sight while they live. Though brutal, the torture had overtones of religious sacrifice. Victims might be feasted before their ordeal, treated with deference through it. Eating a bit of the body was a way to get some of the fortitude of an especially courageous sufferer. Disgusting. Okay. Okay. A lot of information here. That I think this lady I'm about to put on a screen favors my grandmother on my father's side. Things that really get you going and make you want to find your history. Okay, so this is titled The Red Man's Materia Medica. This is the Mississippi Choctaw Herbalist by Dick Jurgens II. This is a National Geographic photo. Snake root to cure snake bites, willow for fever, tobacco for flame and other gross humors. Mucus, things that's stuck in your chest, all kind of stuff like that. From bark of root to leaf of shrub, tribal healers drew on a rich array of botanicals about them. Tribal lore and trial and error yielded the medicines. Modern science accords validity to many. Nearly 200 yarbs and roots have gone into official compendiums. Willow bark, for example, contains the salicin now produced synthetically as the effective ingredient in aspirin. Indians recognized both natural and supernatural sources of ailments. Treatment was by individual practitioners, herbalists who handled symptoms, and medicine men who dealt with origins, and by the social approach of medicine societies. Pioneering whites had such faith in Indian healing that 19th century charlatans could reap success peddling Modoc oil, old sachem bitters, or Kickapoo cough syrup, the latter a concoction of rum and molasses. Whew. Some mixed up. Let me just share this screen. This is crazy. All right. You know what? I'm not even going to worry about the photos. Just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Okay, so cane to double, fire to burn, and corn to bubble. Indians of the Southeast, particularly the Choctaws and Chickasaws, wrote an observer in the 1730s, made masterpieces in mechanics from versatile material. He was speaking of river cane, Arundinaria tecta, which grew in great profusion along steam banks. So It served Aboriginal tribesmen in multiple ways: torches, building material, mats, knives, blowguns, arrows, shields, drills, tubes to tuck up hair, seeds for food, and of course, diverse fare baskets. Choctaw artisans in Mississippi still practice basketry, typical of old skills of woodland Indians. The cane is split into narrow splints, trimmed, scraped, dyed, then woven. Once colors came from such sources as bloodroot, butternut, and black walnut. Designs stemmed from memory or tribal lore, with patterns worked by varying the colors or the over and under crossing of warp and weft. Basic techniques included twilling below and a simpler checker work whose splints could be tightly or spaced to create meshes of different sizes. A sifter fashioned this way drops corn into a scoop-like winnowing basket. Eastern agriculturalists ground their corn in a log mortar hollowed by charring and scraping. The shape of the cavity kept the grains churning beneath the log pestle above. To remove holes, kernels were soaked in lye water obtained by leaching wood ashes, or were broken in a mortar and the chaff winnowed out. Sufficient pounding produced a meal for bread, cooked in husks, wrappers, or baked on hot stones. But larger pieces they let boil 3 or 4 hours, and thereof make a strong, thick pottage called hominy grits. Choctaw cooks wear tribal dress that reflects an adaptation of 19th century white styles. These are white women. Fat out Andy. Where are they? Just all my pictures messed up. All right. Just a second here. Okay. The palmetto thatched and open-sided chickees give a Miccosukee family a storehouse and sleeping quarters around a central kitchen. Like their neighbor kin, the Seminole, the Miccosukee held to old ways in compounds tucked amid sawgrass and swamp of the Everglades. Hair pinned over a cardboard frame and bright flowing dress of a Seminole matron reflect tribal elaboration of 19th century white fashions. Patchwork patterns grew in complexity with arrival of the sewing machine. Where's this lady at? This lady. This woman actually favors one of my best friend's grandmothers who passed not too long ago. But I'm going to read a little bit of this. So, skins provided bedding. Deer skin, always softened like velvet cloth, also made breechclouts, skirts, women's shirts, and cloaks. Heavy trade in deer skins marked early contact with whites. Let me read that again for all my non-vegan hunting people. Heavy trade in deer skins marked early contact with whites. Colonial records tabulate thousands upon thousands of pounds of skins flowing from the interior to use for military uniforms, cannon wadding, gloves, and countless other items. In return went diplomatic gifts and trade goods. Cherokee and Creek tribes sat between the English, French, and Spanish in the early struggle for dominance and played one power against the other. In the Revolutionary War, the Cherokee allied with the English only to suffer retaliation. Then, with a man named Sequoyah among the warriors, they fought beside Andrew Jackson at Horseshoe Bend in the Creek War of 1813 through 14. By then, European influences had steered the southwestern Indian toward adoption of white ways. An 18th century observer had said, "It is very wrong to call men savages who know how to think justly, who have prudence, and who have good faith, and generosity much more than certain quote unquote civilized nations." Now, those savages took to white practices with plantations, ownerships of slaves, sending children off to school. Sequoyah invented a writing system for the Cherokee in 1821. The Creek, at about the same time, established a written code of laws, an educational system, and a legislature. Yet, even by becoming civilized, they couldn't save their homelands. A gold rush and white greed for land triggered events that led to their removal along the Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole to lands across the Mississippi in the 1830s. The Seminole were an offshoot group that had arisen in Florida. Their name derived from a Muskogee word, itself an adaptation of the Spanish cimarron, describing something once domesticated but that has turned feral or gone wild. In its Muskogee usage, it had a connotation of immigrant or frontiersman rather than runaway. Spain's settlement at St. Augustine had existed mainly to carry Christianity to the Indians of northern Florida. It had few soldiers, followed a policy of not allowing arms for the natives. Then, the founding of Charleston in 1670 brought an aggressive English colony that funneled guns to Creek tribes and encouraged raids into Spanish territory. Disease had already halved Indian populations there. Warring and slave raids fragmented the rest. By 1710, Carolinian Thomas Narney could report that slavery depredations had brought in and sold many hundreds and daily now continue, so that in some few years they'll reduce these barbarians to a far less number. Narney predicted better than he knew. When the Spanish left Florida in 1763, they took with them the 83 Christianized survivors of a Timucua population that once had numbered 15,000. Lands left vacant by elimination of native peoples drew Seminole pioneers from northern Creek towns. At first, they lived as hunters and traders, then gradually established settlements that in time acted independently of the Creek Confederacy of which they had once been a part of. Seminole lifeways in the Florida Peninsula followed traditional Creek patterns. To their settlements came runaway slaves from southern plantations. Though the Negroes from Haven found haven and lived in association with the Seminole, most evidence indicates there was little mingling and intermarriage. But removal to Oklahoma and wars against U.S. forces reduced the Seminole to scattered refuges amid the sawgrass and sloughs of the Everglades and Big Cypress Swamp. There, too few and too weak to pose a threat, they hid for decades, the last practitioners of Swinton agriculture in the eastern woodlands. Their descendants have tribal havens there today, part of some 100 communities of Native Americans that survive in the East, much changed, but still Indians. Their ritual rooted in the mound culture, the mound builder cultures of the distant past, Creek Indians dance at a tribal stomp ground in Oklahoma. They participate in the busk or green corn ceremony, a 4-day observance common among woodland farmers since prehistoric times and held when the corn is mature enough to be eaten. Through this most important of all rites tied to the agricultural cycle, Indians gave thanks for past growth, prayed for continued fertility, sought prevention of sickness, saw past transgressions forgiven, cemented social bonds. Each tribe has its own variation of the busk. Among the Creek, bough arbors flank the dance ground, and the fire whose sacred rekindling marks a new year's beginning. A name-giving ceremony installing youths into full tribal stature intersperses the rounds of dances. Of the latter, 2 hold special import. Women and girls parade in a ribbon dance with touches harking to scalp displays of long ago. Men bob plume-tipped poles and sing in a feather dance, which climaxes the green corn ceremony. Before taking part, they purify themselves with draughts of the black drink, an emetic that in early days was made from leaves of a kind of holly, Ilex vomitoria. Once warriors held a similar cleansing before taking warpath. Okay, I'm at 4 hours now, so I'm gonna stop right now and I'll be back later to finish this. So stay tuned. If you have any questions, comments, or requests, please let them be known. Thanks again for watching. Again, it's your sister Shia Laya. Shalom, family.